O futuro começa a cada manhã, com a disposição e a certeza de que faremos sempre o melhor. Essa história começa há mais de um século, com o início da imigração árabe para o Brasil, quando desembarcamos por estas terras cheios de sonhos e muita disposição para o trabalho. Trabalho esse que, pautado por muito esforço, excelência e ética, se transformou em uma das maiores características comerciais do povo árabe no Brasil e no mundo. Oriundo de muitas nações, nosso povo encontrou no país um lar e nele passou por transformações que incutiram na cultura brasileira nosso jeito, nossos costumes e nossa inegável vontade de prosperar. Deste movimento nasce a Câmara de Comércio Árabe Brasileira, uma instituição alicerçada pelos valores de uma das culturas mais ricas e celebradas. Dispostos a honrar nossas tradições e os 23 países participantes de nosso grupo, nos transformamos rapidamente em um hub de negócios focado em desenvolvimento e inovação. Assim, colocamos um pé no futuro de maneira efetiva e dispostos a transformar as relações comerciais por onde passamos, transformando ideias em oportunidades, sempre com responsabilidade e arrojo. Criamos uma rede moderna capaz de levar nosso know-how para além das fronteiras do mundo árabe, levando excelência e tecnologia por onde passamos, sempre pautados em nosso propósito de conectar brasileiros e árabes para promover o desenvolvimento econômico, social e cultural, sempre em convergência com nossos maiores valores: ética, inovação, liderança, confiança, comprometimento e competência. Bem-vindos à edição 2020 do Fórum Econômico Brasil e Países Árabes. A construção do futuro começa agora.
Bom dia a todos. É com muita honra que estou aqui para abrir os trabalhos do nosso Fórum Econômico Brasil e Países Árabes. Nessa edição especial online, que vai discutir o tema "O futuro é agora". Eu sou a Renata Maron e estarei com vocês ao longo destes 4 dias para apresentar o evento organizado pela Câmara de Comércio Árabe Brasileira e pela União das
by the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and the Union of Arab Chamber, with support from the League of Arab States and the Brazilian government. This forum came about to foster and strengthen commercial and trade relationships between these countries, and we want to figure out how to strengthen them. We need to look at the future, but we need to remember that the future depends on everything we do right now. On our first day, we are going to talk about perspectives for Brazil and Arab countries in the new global scenario. But nothing would happen without the sponsorship of these companies: BRF, Fambras Halal, JBS, Kizad, Neon Trade, the Qualita Group, and TradeLink.
Atitudes sustentáveis fazem parte da nossa essência. Devolver água tratada ao ambiente, preferir as fontes de energia renovável e cuidar do bem-estar animal, firmando parcerias globais, ajudando a desenvolver as melhores práticas, faz com que, além de agentes, sejamos a inspiração para que mais pessoas façam algo também. Ser parte de algo maior não tem nada de mágica, mas é mágico. BRF.
A Fambras Halal é pioneira em certificação halal no país. Há 40 anos oferece ao mercado mundial produtos certificados, respeitando os padrões internacionais de segurança dos alimentos. Contribuiu para que o Brasil se tornasse o maior exportador de proteína animal halal do mundo. Certificar com a Fambras Halal é garantia de reconhecimento mundial em qualidade e segurança. Fambras Halal, do Brasil para o mundo.
Olá, tudo bem? Meu nome é Janaína Azevedo, eu faço parte do time de diretores da JBS Novos Negócios e vim aqui te fazer um convite. Você que ainda não nos conhece, ou se já nos conhece através do JBS Carnes, eu quero te convidar para visitar o nosso stand. Estamos representando 3 dos nossos negócios, a Origina, que é soluções para indústrias farmacêuticas, a Nova Prom, colágeno bovino e a JBS Natural Casings, envoltórios naturais. Ficou curioso para conhecer? Então visite-nos. Estamos esperando vocês. Até já!
The whole world knows that Brazil is one of the leaders in exporting natural stones. And within this market, a company has made quality and diversity its solid base. Qualitá Group. Qualitá Group works with exclusive and exotic types of marbles, granites, and quartzites. It's 30 years of history, looking and taking for the most beautiful of nature to the world. Be enchanted by the quality of Qualitá Group in your project.
Imagine a world in which business buying was simpler. A world of wholesale buying in a single e-marketplace. Spend more time on your business and less time on finding the products and suppliers you need to do business. Join TradeLink to escape the old B2B trading barriers. TradeLink. Business buying simplified. Visit tradelink.com.
Atitude.
And for our special opening of the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum, we now have the president of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Rubens Hanoun. Welcome, Mr. Hanoun. It is a pleasure to have you here. Good morning. Good morning, Renata. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here with us. Good morning. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Brazil, Mr. Jair Bolsonaro. His Excellency, the Secretary General of the Arab League, Ambassador Ahmed Abu Al-Gait. His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Nasser Bourita. His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Bahrain, Dr. Abdulatif bin Rashid Al Zayani. His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the UAE, Mr. Ahmed Ali Al Sayeg. His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Brazil, Mr. Ernesto Araújo. His Excellency, the Minister of the Economy in Brazil, Mr. Paulo Guedes. His Excellency, the Secretary General of the Union of Arab Chambers, Mr. Khalid Hanafi. And dear authorities who are with us on this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, we are proud on behalf of the board of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce to welcome you to the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum. The future is now. Welcome for everyone who is in Brazil, and good morning to you. If you are in Arab countries, welcome and good afternoon. Also, if you are around the world, the future is now. We can say that Brazil and Arab countries knew how to implement a set of actions in the economic, trade, and cultural fields, and that is why we were able to build the future. In an unusual year where unforeseen conditions have transformed the lives of people, companies, and governments in many senses, the world had to reinvent itself. We had to hold the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum in digital format, and this is an example of this reinvention. In the chamber, we went into the digital revolution. When we imagined this event, it was to be held in person, and we imagined that we would have a discussion about transformation in the business world. And we thought these changes were coming fast, but we didn't imagine they would come as quickly as they are coming now. To announce the forum and invite as speakers authorities and business people from Arab countries, we traveled for 6 months and we did intense work of marketing and engagement, but unfortunately we had to stop it because of the pandemic. But this work was not lost and it was not in vain. We made a number of new friends who were paramount and are paramount to make this forum possible. We still have these friends and they are with us today. As the pandemic evolved, the world was transforming deeply. Digitalization happened overnight, just like working from home and a number of other conditions and initiatives. We've always valued being close to people in Brazilian and Arab cultures, but unfortunately this was no longer possible. Looking into someone's eyes or shaking their hands was only possible through a screen. We had to look for different ways of keeping on having bilateral work and negotiation, and we could not stop. Brazilians and Arabs have a bilateral relationship which can be and is an example to the world, and we should keep on doing that. There are no barriers, struggles, and behaviors that cannot be solved because this is what we do and this is what we've always done. We are going into this constructive and visionary path, and I am sure we'll be able to keep on doing that in an integrated way with partnerships and collaborations, whatever may happen. This unusual time has shown us how fragile relationships are when they are only based on trade ties. More and more we can and we should build a bridge into the future with sustainable strategic partnerships. Yes, this is applicable to trade, but it's also applicable to other foundational areas like culture. The time is now. We can't and we shouldn't wait. It's not that easy, but it's not that hard as well, and above all else, it's not impossible. We have a number of synergies between Brazil and Arab countries, and we should make the most out of them. Our economies complement each other, and this is more than enough reason to establish even more consistent partnerships throughout this forum. Our societies in Brazil and Arab countries have deep historical ties. Throughout different migration waves, thousands of Arabs came to Brazil, and we are millions now. Here they worked, they prospered, they built families, and they helped us develop Brazil, and they worked to fully integrate themselves to Brazilian society. Now, Ambassador Abu Gate, the Arab community in Brazil represents 6% of our population, meaning almost 12 million people. I am proud to be one of them, and Renata is also one of them. This connection between Arabs and Brazilians is so strong that the recent tragedy in Beirut led to a number of initiatives to help the victims. By the way, on behalf of the Arab people, I would like to thank Mr. President Jair Bolsonaro for his extreme generosity in sending to Lebanon humanitarian aid. Arabs are also 12% of business leaders in agribusiness and 26% of the leaders in the Brazilian production sector. This is why Brazil has an intense trade exchange of goods and services with Arab countries, and we could even increase that. In the past 2 decades, by the way, business growth between these regions has been exponential. The countries in the Arab League are the 3rd biggest trade partner for Brazil abroad, ranking 2nd in agribusiness, by the way, with a dynamic trade that brings more and more opportunity for added value. But this is still not enough. We all know that we could be much bigger. And we also have trade and investments. Arabs have been investing in Brazil for many years in sectors like agribusiness, energy, infrastructure, aviation, oil, among others. And this is relevant, but it's not enough as well. We can boost the growth of investments here and there, and to do that, we need to keep on favoring new flows of capital through bilateral agreements, such as agreements to avoid double taxation and agreements to protect investments. As a result of your visit, Mr. President, to the UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia in November 2019, new investments were announced. We've done all of that so far. So imagine where we can get if we keep on building these bilateral relationships. This forum was created with this inspiration. We are looking ahead and we are looking at the future. Our chamber comes to this forum with a number of strategic actions that have been provided for and have been planned. This foundation was created to find benefits for Brazil and Arab countries. We are continuing discussions that we started in the Economic Forum in 2018, and we are debating, discussing, and planning ahead for sustainable collaboration in our relationships. Today and over the next few days, we're going to execute agreements for trade and logistics to value trade hubs that exist and that could exist in Arab countries. We are also going to try and create direct maritime routes between Brazil and Arab harbors and ports. We're going to expand the initiatives by the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce that we started 2 years ago. We're also going to give more visibility to social, cultural, and food security initiatives. We're going to start initiatives to reduce red tape and make imports and exports easier, to make it easier for end consumers, especially in Arab countries. In ESG, we also want to announce agreements that are going to add value to the brand of Brazil and to Brazilian products. We are also going to explore synergies. Arab countries are trying to become a global reference in technology with environmental preservation and sustainable production, and I am sure this is already happening. Brazil, on its turn, will have an even bigger role in working for food security in Arab countries, which is so important. We have a lot of potential to create and foster relationships. As we can see, the potential of bilateral relationships between Brazil and Arab countries is huge, and we still have a long way to go. Once again, on behalf of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, we expect this forum to be a positive contribution to strengthen this strategic partnership. Before I wrap it up, I would like to thank our sponsors, institutional partners, speakers, authorities, the Council of Arab Ambassadors in Brazil, the employees, directors, and advisors of the Chamber, and all of our partners and suppliers who took on this challenge of making this event happen. And above all else, it is an honor for us to have His Excellency, the President of Brazil and the Secretary General of the Arab League. Thank you very much, Mr. President Jair Bolsonaro, and thank you very much, Ambassador Mr. Abaú Al-Ghaid. As we say, the future is now, and we are starting to build it right now with you. We are far away physically, but we are close together in our ideas, friendship, and wishes. And we want to build sustainable progress for Brazilians and Arabs alike. Thank you very much and enjoy the event. Thank you very much. These were excellent words. And I'm very happy to hear the opening words of this forum, because this is a very, very interesting indication of what this relationship will be like. Thank you very much. Now we have His Excellency, the President of the Brazilian Republic, Mr. Jair Bolsonaro, for his words. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to be a part of the opening ceremony of the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum. Brazil pays a lot of attention to its relationship with the Arab world because this is extremely important for our society due to all of the immigrants that came to our country. We want to keep on strengthening these historical, cultural, and friendship ties that put our people close together. We also want to enjoy all the potential that we can still explore in a number of different sectors, starting new dialogue, cooperation, and work for the prosperity of our nations. I am sure that the relationship between Brazil and the Arab world right now is at its best in our history. On a number of occasions where I talked to authorities, we have been trying to foster an agenda focused on results. And this is even more clear when we talk to our Arab counterparts. We are getting closer together in political terms, and because of that, we are finding new ideas and new opportunities to cooperate in strategic sectors like science, technology, innovation, and energy. I visited the UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia last year. And this is a clear sign of how Brazil is interested in strengthening its relationship with the Middle East. I remember very happily that Saudi Arabia truly trusted us when they announced the intention to invest up to $10 billion in Brazil through the public investment fund that they have in their country. In addition to keeping on talking to them at the occasion and allocating these resources efficiently, we created an interministerial department for investments between Brazil and Saudi Arabia. In this joint work, we know that we will create very good results for both countries. In trade and investments, we have been fostering conversations to hold new partnerships with Brazil. Even throughout the pandemic, virtual meetings have been abound, which shows how we are interested in deepening these relationships. Even though we are far away geographically, trade has gone beyond $11 billion between Brazil and Arab countries last year. I am sure that we'll be able to use the modern infrastructure in Gulf countries to diversify and expand the access of Brazilian products in Asian markets. Around 30 Brazilian companies right now hold trade offices and production units in the Middle East. I am also happy to hear that in Dubai, in February 2019, the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce launched its first office there. Countries like the UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait already show a number of investments in Brazil. Now, these investments vary from $4 billion to $5 billion. And I am sure we'll be able to boost these numbers. We have already taken a number of initiatives to allow for recovery of sustainable growth in Brazil after the pandemic. We have structural reforms that we are promoting in Brazil so that we have an attractive and safe environment, something that is going to be brand new for foreign investors. Ladies and gentlemen, Brazil exports a large number of goods for the 22 countries that are in the Arab League. And we could highlight the products from agribusiness. Between January and August 2020, our exports were $4.6 billion. So in only 8 months of this year, and even though we had constraints because of COVID-19, we are close to what we exported in 2019, which was $4.9 billion. Right now, we also have the halal production in Brazil, respecting the rules of the Islamic religion. This is a sign of trust, and Arab countries can count on Brazil as a strategic partner to ensure their food security. I also highlight that the relationship with Arab countries in the Gulf is important, but also the relationship with African nations like Egypt, Morocco, and Algeria. Egypt is the main destination of Brazilian exports in Africa and the second biggest African buyer of our products, with a highlight to beef. We also have a free trade agreement that has been applicable since 2017, making it easier to expand and diversify our trade. Morocco, with whom we are now getting closer together in political terms, is a strategic partner for our agriculture as a big supplier of fertilizers. Now, Algeria in 2019 was the main origin of our imports in the African continent. It was also the third country importing from Brazil, falling behind only to Egypt and South Africa. We have promising perspectives of a diversifying trade and investments with all of these countries. Last year, we created a cooperation and investment facilitation agreement with Morocco. In 2009, we also signed an agreement with the UAE. We are ready to establish new dialogue and new collaboration. And we want to get to regulations that are going to improve even further the investments that we see between Brazil and Arab countries. It is also important to talk about the cultural and historical ties bringing Brazil and Arab countries closer together. We are deeply rooted in friendship and collaboration. I am proud to talk about the importance of the big Arab community in Brazil because they chose Brazil to live here. Their contribution has been paramount for economic and cultural development in our country. With respect and appreciation for these bonds, our government has offered support to our Lebanese brothers in the process to rebuild their country. We sent humanitarian aid to Lebanon with food, drugs, and hospital supplies donated by the government and by the Brazilian society that comes from Lebanon. In addition to humanitarian aid, we've taken a lot of support with our former president, Mr. Temer. This is another sign of our commitment towards the Arab countries. In this spirit of brotherhood, I do wish we have a beautiful event with a lot of trade relationships being fostered. Rest assured that our government is working and will continue working to strengthen the relationship between Brazil and Arab countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. You've talked about this very important relationship between Brazil and Arab countries, especially due to this important visit from last year, which brought investments to Brazil. Our agribusiness is also another highlight. Now I hand it over to His Excellency, the Secretary General of the Arab League, Ambassador Al Gate.
السيدات والسادة، يسعدني أن أشارك معكم اليوم في افتتاح المنتدى الاقتصادي العربي البرازيلي الذي يمثل فرصة ممتازة لتبادل الخبرات والتعرف على الآفاق المتاحة أمام البرازيل والدول العربية في أوضاع اقتصادية عالمية غير مستقرة. الأمر الذي يساهم في تعزيز العلاقات القائمة بين الدول العربية والبرازيل في شتى المجالات الاقتصادية والثقافية وغيرها. إن العلاقات العربية البرازيلية راسخة منذ عقود، وهي لا تستثني مجالا من مجالات التعاون المختلفة التصدير لعام 2019 ما يقرب من 19 مليار دولار، بما يجعل الدول العربية مجتمعة ثالث أهم شريك تجاري للبرازيل بعد الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. وأؤكد في هذا السياق على الدور الذي تلعبه غرفة التجارة العربية البرازيلية كجسر التواصل بكتلتين اقتصاديتين كبيرتين وواحدتين. ولا شك أن غرفة التجارة بما تقدمه من خدمات وبما تتيحه من معلومات تضع مجتمع الأعمال في الجانبين العربي والبرازيلي في صورة التطورات الجارية والفرص المتاحة والإمكانيات الاستثمارية التي يتيحها كل منهما، فضلا عن الحوافز والتسهيلات التي تقدمها الحكومات. لقد حصلت الغرفة التجارية العربية البرازيلية عقود على علاقات تجارية مهمة بين الدول العربية والبرازيل، واستطاع الحفاظ على تلك العلاقات. إن جامعة الدول العربية تحرص دائما على التواصل مع الآخر وبالذات الدول الصديقة، وحتى في تلك الحالات التي توجد فيها اختلافات في التوجهات السياسية، إلا أن متانة العلاقات الاقتصادية والثقافية والعلاقات بين الشعوب هي التي تحرص الجامعة على التركيز عليها وتعزيزها، فهي تمثل القاعدة الصلبة الحقيقية للتعاون بين الدول العربية. إن المرحلة القادمة ستشهد تقلبات اقتصادية نلمسها جميعا، وتباطؤا في النمو ستكون له آثاره على الاقتصاد الدولي، وهو ما يمثل دافعا إضافيا لاغتنام الفرص التي يتيحها هذا المنتدى الاقتصادي من أجل فتح آفاق استثمارية غير تقليدية أمام كل من الاقتصادات العربية والاقتصاد البرازيلي. ثمة إمكانيات واعدة حتى في وقت الأزمة، أقصد أزمة الكوفيد، بل أن هناك فرصا أمام الاقتصادات الناشئة لتعزز من حيويتها وحضورها على المشهد الاقتصادي العالمي، خاصة بالنسبة للمجتمعات الشابة العامرة بالإمكانات البشرية ورؤوس الأموال كما هو الحال في العالم العربي والبرازيل. ومن المهم دراسة مكامن الضعف في المنظومة الاقتصادية الدولية وهيكل التجارة الدولي، والتي كشفت عنها جائحة كورونا وتبعاتها. وقد يكون تحقيق شراكة استراتيجية في مجال الأمن الغذائي من الموضوعات التي تستحق اهتماما متجددا. هناك بالطبع موضوعات أخرى كثيرة تتعلق بسبل إدارة التجارة في أوقات الأزمات، وجميعها موضوعات ستحظى بمناقشة مطولة ومثمرة خلال جلسات المنتدى. إنني أؤكد على حرص الجامعة العربية على تعزيز آفاق العلاقات العربية البرازيلية من خلال مشاركتها الفعالة في أنشطة هذا المنتدى وغيره، تنفيذا لمذكرة التفاهم الموقعة بين البرازيل والجامعة العربية عام 2015، وتماشيا مع مخرجات اجتماعات آليات التشاور السياسي بين الأمانة العامة للجامعة ووزارة الخارجية البرازيلية في دورياتها 2016 وعام 2018 في القاهرة. ونتطلع بطبيعة الأحوال لعقد دورة ثالثة قريبا بإذن الله. في الختام أتمنى النجاح لأعمال هذا المنتدى الهام والوصول إلى نتائج إيجابية مثمرة تسهم في خدمة المصالح المشتركة لكافة الأطراف. وأعدكم بأن تعمل الأمانة العامة للجامعة العربية مع شركائها على الاستفادة من تلك النتائج التي نصبو إليها لبلداننا، وحتى نحقق ما نرجوه جميعا من تقدم ونمو. وشكرا للجميع، وفقكم الله. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, His Excellency the Ambassador. Now I would like to hand it over to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Nasser Bourita. Good morning. You may begin, Mr. Bourita.
بداية أود أن أتوجه بالشكر والتقدير لفخامة رئيس جمهورية البرازيل الاتحادية على الكلمة التي تفضل بها وعلى الرؤية الطموحة التي قدمها من أجل الارتقاء بالعلاقة العربية البرازيلية نحو آفاق طموحة وواعدة. الشكر موصول أيضا إلى الغرفة التجارية العربية البرازيلية على تنظيم هذا الملتقى بالأهمية الخاصة التي تعيشها والتي نتطلع في وقت ما نمط جديد من جوانب التوازن والتراضي والاستدامة. ولعل تبادل الأفكار والتجارب خلال أيام هذا المنتدى بين صناع القرار السياسي والفاعلين الاقتصاديين والمستثمرين العرب والبرازيليين جدير بأن يرسم ملامح تصور جديد وآليات محينة لتعزيز فرص الاستثمار والتبادل التجاري بين بلداننا العربية والبرازيل. فخامة الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، لقد اتخذت المملكة المغربية تحت القيادة الرشيدة لصاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس خيارا استراتيجيا في اتجاه تعزيز مشروع مجتمعي منفتح وحداثي يتجلى في محاور عديدة من انخراطها الدولي، حيث نجحت المملكة المغربية اليوم بتنويع شراكاتها لتتجاوز نطاق محيط جوارها المباشر أي إفريقيا والعالم العربي وأوروبا، لتصل كذلك لروسيا والهند والصين والآن البرازيل. وفي إطار هذا البناء أسست المملكة علاقة متميزة مع منظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية OECD، وحققت تقدما مستمرا إن المملكة المغربية تتبع بتقدير خاص السياسة الناجحة التي تنهجها البرازيل، وتعتبر بحق أن هذا الاختيار يتماشى مع نوعية التفاعل الذي نريد لبلدينا في العولمة. تفاعل يدور حول شفافية قواعد التجارة وعدالة شروط الولوج إلى الأسواق وتقنين منطقي ومعقول للمعايير الاجتماعية والمناخية. لذا فإن المملكة المغربية وبقدر ما تعبر عن ارتياحها للمستوى الجيد الذي بلغته العلاقة الثنائية مع جمهورية البرازيل الاتحادية، فإنها تعبر في الوقت ذاته عن طموحها وتطلعها للارتقاء بهذه العلاقة إلى مستوى أكبر وأجندة وطموح تتجاوب مع إمكانيات البلدين وتكاملهما وقدرتهما على تثمين الفرص المتاحة. خدمة لهذا الغرض طور البلدان علاقة قوية وأسسا إطارا قانونيا متكاملا، وفي هذا الإطار وقعت مع بمكانة تنافسية عالمية وحضور وازن داخل المنظومة الزراعية البرازيلية أغرو بيزنس، كما تعتبر البرازيل بدورها رائدا عالميا في الإنتاج الزراعي، وهي مكانة ستتعزز مستقبلا. ومن ثم فإن مسألة الأمن الغذائي وتأمين سلسلة المنتوج الزراعي تكتسي بعدا استراتيجيا يجب ترسيخه وتقويته. أما الركن الثاني فهو الخدمات اللوجستية، حيث تتوفر المملكة على سبيل المثال على أحد أهم الموانئ على المستوى العالمي، وهو ميناء طنجة الذي يعتبر أول ميناء شحن في البحر الأبيض المتوسط وال35 عالميا من حيث عدد الحاويات، وهو متصل ب 186 ميناء في القارات الخمس، كما يحتوي على منطقة لوجستيكية تبلغ 400,000 متر مربع يمكن استغلالها في إطار شراكة مغربية برازيلية كمنصة لوجستية وتجارية وخدماتية. ختاما، اسمحوا لي بالتأكيد على قناعة أن الاستغلال الأمثل لهذين المجالين من طرف الفاعلين الاقتصاديين المغاربة والبرازيليين من شأنه أن يمكن من إحداث نقلة نوعية للعلاقات التاريخية بين المملكة المغربية وجمهورية البرازيل الاتحادية، ومن تثمين كل الفرص المتاحة لإطار العولمة المتجددة. أشكركم على حسن الإصغاء وأتمنى التوفيق لأعمال هذا الملتقى العام، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Now I would like to pass the floor to His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Bahrain, Dr. Abdulatif bin Rashid Al Zayani. Good morning. First and foremost, I would like to greet His Excellency, the President of Brazil. I would also like to express how I'm so very happy with this important forum to bring Brazil and Arab countries closer together, especially under the circumstances that we are going through right now in the world because of coronavirus. I also thank very much the President and I thank the President for his comments, and especially because of what he said about expanding the relationship between Brazil and Arab countries. We have a number of opportunities for growth, and we can foster and develop this relationship and the economic and political relationship between Brazil and Arab countries. I would like to thank the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and the Brazilian government. Thank you very much for the efforts you've made to hold this forum. This forum happens at the perfect time. We are taking into account the presence of a number of authorities here, and these authorities will be able to contribute with their opinions and their suggestions on how we should face the pandemic, especially when it comes to the important partnership existing between Brazil and Arab countries. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, everyone who is here, I am sure that the pandemic has truly changed things. And the pandemic has left deep marks in the economic, social, and cultural lives of our people. This truly goes to show that the world is a small tribe. However, I do believe that political and economic influence and the measures that have been taken by every country throughout the world to preserve the health of human beings are going to have an impact on our economy over the next few years. The pandemic is confirmation to all of us that international cooperation and active participation is the only and the best path into the future so that we can truly prosper all over the world. The world needs to understand that prosperity needs to be based on common well-being, and this is the path forward for safety, security, and stability. While countries all over the world do their best to face the pandemic, political affairs, economic affairs, and investments have truly grown in its importance. In summary, I can say that this cooperation will be the biggest driver for relationships all over the world. I am 100% sure that our people will have a beautiful future of peace and safety. Ladies and gentlemen, dialogue and engagement have been the biggest foundations of the Kingdom of Bahrain. We based everything on the thoughts of His Majesty, our King. We want to spread the word. These are the principles that are foundational for our politics and for how we deal with everything in the world. For example, we can talk about the peace agreement between the Kingdom of Bahrain and the State of Israel. We were able to build a diplomatic relationship between these countries, and we were able to sign collaboration and cooperation agreements. The Kingdom of Bahrain was the first one in the Middle East to take this step of collaboration. We went toward peace and not animosity or aggressiveness. We want a de facto solution for the Israeli conflict with Palestine. And this makes way for common efforts to foster peace and prosperity for every people in this region. Now, this path which we are following, on its turn, is going to intensify the trade and economic relationship existing between the countries in the region. That's how we want to get to development all over the Middle East. I am absolutely sure that the collaboration between Brazil and Arab countries will make the most out of this opportunity. When it comes to the Kingdom of Bahrain, I can say that we fully support this endeavor. We want international cooperation. Challenge, among them, coronavirus. Mr. President and other authorities at this event. Even though the world is struggling a little bit right now because of the pandemic, I am sure that more than ever, this healthcare issue will lead us to try and collaborate even further, building an intense network of collaboration. It will also strengthen the relationship between the private sector and the governmental sector. Thank you very, very much for this event. We have high-level speakers from Brazil and from all over the Arab world. Collaboration opportunities abound. And the Kingdom of Bahrain is working to foster world peace and to face all of our global challenges together. Thank you very much, and may the peace of God be upon you. Thank you very much, His Excellency, the Minister. Now we are going to hand it over to the State Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Collaboration in the UAE, Mr. Ahmed Ali Al Sayegh. Good morning.
Firstly, allow me to thank President Bolsonaro for this remarks and my colleague who started conversation. At this time, platforms as the Brazil Arab Economic Forum have become more important than ever. And I would like to convey my sincere gratitude to the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for hosting this event despite the significant challenge brought about by COVID-19. I would like also to extend my warm regards and best wishes to all attending this forum today. I know many of you have been impacted by the pandemic. I hope you and your families remain safe and well as we navigate this global challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no question that the Arab region shares a deep and unique bond with Brazil. This is reflected not only in our close economic and political partnerships, but also in the significant cultural and social ties that have long existed between our people. For the UAE, we continue to seek your new avenues to enhance what is already a highly constructive relationship with Brazil. As most participants in this forum are no doubt aware, Brazil is the UAE's foremost economic and political partner in South America. In 2019, total non-oil trade reached close to $3 billion, with great potential to expand our already substantial economic interactions. Beyond this, the presence of large community of Brazilian citizens living and working in the UAE, and the mutually beneficial interactions that take place on a daily basis between Brazilian and UAE businesses emphasize the depth and breadth of this bilateral partnership. From the UAE's perspective, the state's visit by the President to the UAE in October 2019 highlighted upward trajectory of our bilateral ties and underlined just how far we have come in developing a robust and all-encompassing relationship built upon mutual respect and trust. This visit, which saw the formalization of our strategic partnership, the hosting of a high-level business forum, and the signing of numerous commercial agreements, was indeed groundbreaking event in the history of UAE-Brazilian relationships. I wish to commend the President and the Brazilian government on the foresight and leadership displayed in recognizing the great potential that exists not only in the UAE, but also the broader Arab world. I am confident that friendly ties we have developed will ensure a significant expansion in cooperation between the UAE and Brazilian economies across a range of critical sectors, including food security, infrastructure, energy, innovation, and defense in the years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, as has previously been rightly noted by President Bolsonaro, the UAE is Brazil's gateway to the region. This is a privileged position which the UAE recognizes. It is one we wish to only further develop and strengthen. In doing so, however, the UAE does not only wish to serve as the Brazilian business community's entry point to the Arab region, we also seek to be your second home. We want to be a place where Brazilian businesses and citizens can seize new openings for success and prosperity. A place where you can have confidence that your products, ideas, aspirations, and talents will be welcomed and fostered. In my view, the UAE is that place. From our position as a regional leader in technology, renewable energy, finance, and logistics, to our accelerated efforts in grasping new and exciting developments in the realm of food security, there is much that the UAE can offer Brazil. In the same vein, there is also much that Brazil can offer the UAE in supporting our vision for a much more prosperous, stable, and vibrant future. I therefore encourage the Brazilian business community to embrace with two hands the economic and trade prospects present in the UAE and the Arab region more generally. I also wish to implore UAE and other regional companies to continue to seek out new areas of engagement with Brazil, a global economic powerhouse that continues to grow in its importance and stature. As aptly pointed out in the theme of this forum, the future is now. We must all recognize this reality and not close our eyes to the very real opportunities that are rapidly emerging around us. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, my remarks, I would like to emphasize how important it is that we continue our open engagement and dialogue throughout this challenging time. Despite the uncertainties the world is facing, it is clear that in Brazil and the Arab world stands upon firm foundations and provides us an unparalleled ability to help and support each other. I wish you all the best in what I'm confident will be a fruitful and engaging forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Minister. To conclude our opening, I'll invite His Excellency, the Secretary General of the Union of Arab Chamber, Mr. Haned Halafi. Welcome and good morning. Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Mr. Secretary General of Arab States, Mr. Minister of Foreign Affairs from Morocco, Nasser Bourita, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the UAE, Mr. Ahmed Ali Al Sayeh, authorities both from Brazil and Arab countries, members of the private sector. Greetings. I am so fortunate to be part of this great event. This event comes to show that we have a great ability of innovate, create, and deal with difficult problems. This event comes to show that we have what it takes to face the challenges. 3,000 people are watching this event live. That is a great audience considering the current situation. So I would like to voice my thanks to the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Mr. Rubens Ranon, President of the Chamber, and congratulations. Congratulations on your efforts. The Union of Arab Leagues comprises the private sector of 22 Arab countries. That accounts for 75% of many of Arab countries. The Arab private sector, the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, and the Arab League will keep on working hard. We want the relationship between Arab countries and Brazil to be even closer. Many meetings, many visits, and many events have helped us increase our relationship with Arab countries and Brazil. These relationships translate into trade relationships, meaning imports and exports, especially for agricultural products. But we have to look beyond that. Brazilian exports, food exported to Arab countries is worth 7 billion. But if we compare that to the number of imports that go to Arab countries, that number is not that significant. Exports reach up to 12 billion, but this is still not a high number. If we compare that with the amount of imports in Arab countries, this number is modest, but I say that if we consider its potential, if we consider how far we can go, politically and economically speaking, these closer relationships will be beneficial to both parties. We believe economic cooperation can increase. And this opportunity hasn't been tapped into up until now. So we want to increase trade between both regions. Because we know that Arab countries export very little to Brazil too. They export no more than $6 to $7 billion, which is a very modest number. So we have to take action. A lot can be done. With that, I would like to thank the League of Arab States. The Arab League works hard to connect countries from South America to Arab countries through the sea. This maritime connection is pivotal if we are to have closer relationships going about between these two regions. This is a project that is going about between the Arab League and the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. We are about to define which ports are going to be part of this initiative. As the minister from Morocco mentioned, the Tanja port is going to be very important in the Gulf region. There are 4 or 5 very important ports that can play a pivotal role when it comes to increasing the relationship between Brazil and Arab countries. We believe this initiative will be fruitful to small businesses too. So we are going to work hard because we want to access more markets. And we believe that imports and exports are just not enough. We are sure of that. Imports and exports are not enough. We have to go beyond that. We have to expand our horizons. There is a strategic partnership and a strategic agreement that can be used so that this relationship can be closer. We believe these partnerships may add value to different markets in different industries. The video that we showed at the beginning of this conference actually mentioned that. It came to show that many different industries can be involved. The video touched on the fourth industrial revolution too. It touched on the relationship and interaction between these two regions and how important it is to have closer relationships. We believe these are very important subjects because the world is changing. And the relationship between Brazil and Arab countries are indeed important. And if we can go the extra mile, we believe this can bring a revolution to international relations. That's why we have to make use of all possibilities and make use of the potential from different regions, and we know this potential changes over time. With that, I would like to thank the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for working alongside with us. We want to make sure we provide support to small businesses. We want to make sure we have a direct transportation link between these two regions that will be beneficial for everyone. Once again, thank you to the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. I would like to thank all the enterprises that have sponsored this event. This support was fundamental. Once again, we have to go beyond trade relationships. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. He talked about how important it is to have close relationships and go beyond trade relationships, namely imports and exports. Maritime lines will be fundamental in that regard. We're now going to show you a video with our sponsors who have helped us bring this event together.
Sustentáveis fazem parte da nossa essência. Devolver água tratada ao ambiente, preferir as fontes de energia renovável e cuidar do bem-estar animal, firmando parcerias globais, ajudando a desenvolver as melhores práticas, faz com que, além de agentes, sejamos a inspiração para que mais pessoas façam algo também. Ser parte de algo maior não tem nada de mágica, mas é mágico. BRF.
A Fambras Halal é pioneira em certificação halal no país. Há 40 anos oferece ao mercado mundial produtos certificados, respeitando os padrões internacionais de segurança dos alimentos. Contribuiu para que o Brasil se tornasse o maior exportador de proteína animal halal do mundo. Certificar com a Fambras Halal é garantia de reconhecimento mundial em qualidade e segurança. Fambras Halal, do Brasil para o mundo.
Olá, tudo bem? Meu nome é Janaína Azevedo, eu faço parte do time de diretores da JBS Novos Negócios e vim aqui te fazer um convite. Você que ainda não nos conhece, ou se já nos conhece através do JBS Carnes, eu quero te convidar para visitar o nosso stand. Estamos representando 3 dos nossos negócios, a Origina, que é soluções para indústrias farmacêuticas, a Nova Prom, colágeno bovino e a JBS Natural Casings, envoltórios naturais. Ficou curioso para conhecer? Então visite-nos. Estamos esperando vocês. Até já!
The whole world knows that Brazil is one of the leaders in exporting natural stones. And within this market, a company has made quality and diversity its solid base. Qualitá Group. Qualitá Group works with exclusive and exotic types of marbles, granites, and quartzites. It's 30 years of history looking and taking for the most beautiful of nature to the world. Be enchanted by the quality of Qualitá Group in your project.
Imagine a world in which business buying was simpler. A world of wholesale buying in a single e-marketplace. Spend more time on your business and less time on finding the products and suppliers you need to do business. Join TradeLink to escape the old B2B trading barriers. TradeLink. Business buying simplified. Visit tradelink.com.
Atitudes.
E a Câmara.
And now it is our pleasure to announce that we're going to have a virtual exhibit of our sponsors in this economic forum. To tell us more about this exhibit, which paves the way for new institutional and trade relationships between countries, I would like to invite the Secretary General and CEO, Mr. Tamer Mansour, and Miss Daniela Leite, Commercial Manager. Good morning and welcome. Hello, Renata. Good morning. Hello. Mr. Tamer, we've heard a lot about trade relationships and how beneficial they can be. We know that we have to go beyond imports and exports only. What can we expect from this virtual exhibit so that these relationships can become closer? Thank you. Good morning to you and to everyone who's watching us live. It is such an honor to kickstart this session. Well, Renata, this exhibit was thought of thoroughly. From the moment we decided to organize the Brazil Arab Countries Economic Forum in person, we had talked a lot with our sponsors. Our Dubai office helped us sparkle conversations. So we thought it was up to us to come up with a virtual solution, and it looks great. It is so beautiful. I'm sure you are going to love it. It may be even better than an in-person exhibit. Right, so let me show you what it looks like. We have different booths. This is the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce booth. There are so many people around already. We have consultancy and market intelligence in the first floor. And on the second floor, you'll be able to talk to President Rubens. He will be giving you more details about the forum and about the trade show. I invite everyone to download our survey on Arab immigration to Brazil. This is a never-before-seen effort that was organized with the H2R Research and the Ibope Institute. You can also book your meetings with the members of our board, with myself, and with our president. We're here to help you. And for the very first time, we're going to have a specific space for embassies so people can access, and their ambassadors will be available to solve any questions. But let's talk about money. Well, yeah, that's also important. That's what we're here for, right? Yes, and I will let Danny explain that to us. All right, Danny, what will we see on the second floor? And actually, people at home can already see what the exhibit will look like. This is a beautiful trade show. You can book meetings, as mentioned by Mr. Tamer. What else can we do, Danny? Well, Renata, we are very excited. This is a beautiful trade show. We invested a lot so that companies can have greater relationships with Arab countries. We know many important products in the international supply chain are going to be offered. We also have some companies that will offer services. And I invite everyone to take a look at these companies' booths. You can book online meetings, you can WhatsApp message them, you can download this company's portfolio, and you can also visit our booth. As mentioned by Mr. Temer, our professionals are at your full service to help you, to solve questions. Sometimes companies don't know if there is opportunity in Brazil or in Arab countries, but that's what we're here for. We want to make sure companies interact as much as possible. We also have a cafe where you can network. So I invite everyone to have some virtual coffee with the other participants. See? Virtual coffee is also possible. That is correct. You will be able to network in our cafe. Whoever is connected will be able to talk amongst themselves, connect, and network. We're going to have 4 great days. Our team is at your service from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Brazilian time. So I wish you all great deals. Exactly, 6 a.m. until 6 p.m. because of the time difference between Brazil and Arab countries. So we want to make sure you can make the most out of this experience. AMBA has just launched their new podcast. We got great explanations about the trade show, about the Arab world. So make sure you talk to them. So maybe you can just be there walking around and someone can approach you to interview you, all right? Good. So if you are in Brazil or in Arab countries or wherever you are, come visit our trade show and our booths. I wish you all have great deals, but make sure you make the most out of this trade show. This is the very first time we put together a virtual trade show between Brazil and Arab countries, and everything will be done in 3 languages, so make the most out of it. Thank you very much. See you soon. All right, moving on. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Now, you can make use of these 10 minutes to download the survey and to access our trade show. Right? We'll be right back. Thank you.
Atitudes sustentáveis fazem parte da nossa essência. Devolver água tratada ao ambiente, preferir as fontes de energia renovável e cuidar do bem-estar animal, firmando parcerias globais, ajudando a desenvolver as melhores práticas, faz com que, além de agentes, sejamos a inspiração para que mais pessoas façam algo também. Ser parte de algo maior não tem nada de mágica, mas é mágico. BRF.
A Fambras Halal é pioneira em certificação halal no país. Há 40 anos oferece ao mercado mundial produtos certificados, respeitando os padrões internacionais de segurança dos alimentos. Contribuiu para que o Brasil se tornasse o maior exportador de proteína animal halal do mundo. Certificar com a Fambras Halal é garantia de reconhecimento mundial em qualidade e segurança. Fambras Halal, do Brasil para o mundo.
Olá, tudo bem? Meu nome é Janaína Azevedo, eu faço parte do time de diretores da JBS Novos Negócios e vim aqui te fazer um convite. Você que ainda não nos conhece, ou se já nos conhece através do JBS Carnes, eu quero te convidar para visitar o nosso stand. Estamos representando 3 dos nossos negócios, a Origina, que é soluções para indústrias farmacêuticas, a Nova Prom, colágeno bovino e a JBS Natural Casings, envoltórios naturais. Ficou curioso para conhecer? Então visite-nos. Estamos esperando vocês. Até já!
The whole world knows that Brazil is one of the leaders in exporting natural stones. And within this market, a company has made quality and diversity its solid base. Qualitá Group. Qualitá Group works with exclusive and exotic types of marbles, granites, and quartzites. It's 30 years of history looking and taking for the most beautiful of nature to the world. Be enchanted by the quality of Qualitá Group in your project.
Imagine a world in which business buying was simpler. A world of wholesale buying in a single e-marketplace. Spend more time on your business and less time on finding the products and suppliers you need to do business. Join TradeLink to escape the old B2B trading barriers. TradeLink. Business buying simplified. Visit tradelink.com.
Atitudes sustentáveis fazem parte da nossa essência. Devolver água tratada ao ambiente, preferir as fontes de energia renovável e cuidar do bem-estar animal, firmando parcerias globais, ajudando a desenvolver as melhores práticas, faz com que, além de agentes, sejamos a inspiração para que mais pessoas façam algo também. Ser parte de algo maior não tem nada de mágica, mas é mágico. BRF.
A Fambras Halal é pioneira em certificação halal no país. Há 40 anos oferece ao mercado mundial produtos certificados, respeitando os padrões internacionais de segurança dos alimentos. Contribuiu para que o Brasil se tornasse o maior exportador de proteína animal halal do mundo. Certificar com a Fambras Halal é garantia de reconhecimento mundial em qualidade e segurança. Fambras Halal, do Brasil para o mundo.
Olá, tudo bem? Meu nome é Janaína Azevedo, eu faço parte do time de diretores da JBS Novos Negócios e vim aqui te fazer um convite. Você que ainda não nos conhece, ou se já nos conhece através do JBS Carnes, eu quero te convidar para visitar o nosso stand. Estamos representando 3 dos nossos negócios, a Origina, que é soluções para indústrias farmacêuticas, a Nova Prom, colágeno bovino e a JBS Natural Casings, envoltórios naturais. Ficou curioso para conhecer? Então visite-nos. Estamos esperando vocês. Até já!
The whole world knows that Brazil is one of the leaders in exporting natural stones. And within this market, a company has made quality and diversity its solid base. Qualitá Group. Qualitá Group works with exclusive and exotic types of marbles, granites, and quartzites. It's 30 years of history, looking and taking for the most beautiful of nature to the world. Be enchanted by the quality of Qualitá Group in your project.
Imagine a world in which business buying was simpler. A world of wholesale buying in a single e-marketplace. Spend more time on your business and less time on finding the products and suppliers you need to do business. Join TradeLink to escape the old B2B trading barriers. TradeLink. Business buying simplified. Visit tradelink.com.
Atitudes sustentáveis fazem parte da nossa essência. Devolver água tratada ao ambiente, preferir as fontes de energia renovável e cuidar do bem-estar animal, firmando parcerias globais, ajudando a desenvolver as melhores práticas, faz com que, além de agentes, sejamos a inspiração para que mais pessoas façam algo também. Ser parte de algo maior não tem nada de mágica, mas é mágico. BRF.
A Fambras Halal é pioneira em certificação halal no país. Há 40 anos oferece ao mercado mundial produtos certificados, respeitando os padrões internacionais de segurança dos alimentos. Contribuiu para que o Brasil se tornasse o maior exportador de proteína animal halal do mundo. Certificar com a Fambras Halal é garantia de reconhecimento mundial em qualidade e segurança. Fambras Halal, do Brasil para o mundo.
Olá, tudo bem? Meu nome é Janaína Azevedo, eu faço parte do time de diretores da JBS Novos Negócios e vim aqui te fazer um convite. Você que ainda não nos conhece, ou se já nos conhece através do JBS Carnes, eu quero te convidar para visitar o nosso stand. Estamos representando 3 dos nossos negócios, a Origina, que é soluções para indústrias farmacêuticas, a Nova Prom, colágeno bovino e a JBS Natural Casings, envoltórios naturais. Ficou curioso para conhecer? Então visite-nos. Estamos esperando vocês. Até já!
The whole world knows that Brazil is one of the leaders in exporting natural stones. And within this market, a company has made quality and diversity its solid base. Qualitá Group. Qualitá Group works with exclusive and exotic types of marbles, granites, and quartzites. It's 30 years of history, looking and taking for the most beautiful of nature to the world. Be enchanted by the quality of Qualitá Group in your project.
Imagine a world in which business buying was simpler. A world of wholesale buying in a single e-marketplace. Spend more time on your business and less time on finding the products and suppliers you need to do business. Join TradeLink to escape the old B2B trading barriers. TradeLink. Business buying simplified. Visit tradelink.com.
Atitudes sustentáveis fazem parte da nossa essência. Devolver água tratada ao ambiente, preferir as fontes de energia renovável e cuidar do bem-estar animal, firmando parcerias globais, ajudando a desenvolver as melhores práticas, faz com que, além de agentes, sejamos a inspiração para que mais pessoas façam algo também. Ser parte de algo maior não tem nada de mágica, mas é mágico. BRF.
A Fambras Halal é pioneira em certificação halal no país. Há 40 anos oferece ao mercado mundial produtos certificados, respeitando os padrões internacionais de segurança dos alimentos. Contribuiu para que o Brasil se tornasse o maior exportador de proteína animal halal do mundo. Certificar com a Fambras Halal é garantia de reconhecimento mundial em qualidade e segurança. Fambras Halal, do Brasil para o mundo.
Olá, tudo bem? Meu nome é Janaína Azevedo, eu faço parte do time de diretores da JBS Novos Negócios e vim aqui te fazer um convite. Você que ainda não nos conhece, ou se já nos conhece através do JBS Carnes, eu quero te convidar para visitar o nosso stand. Estamos representando 3 dos nossos negócios, a Origina, que é soluções para indústrias farmacêuticas, a Nova Prom, colágeno bovino e a JBS Natural Casings, envoltórios naturais. Ficou curioso para conhecer? Então visite-nos. Estamos esperando vocês. Até já!
We are back with the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum with our special online edition. Now we have a short video to talk a little bit about today's topic. It will also approach perspectives for Brazil and Arab countries in this new global scenario. So now let's go deeper into this topic, and we'll have the Special Secretary of Foreign Affairs and International Affairs of the Ministry of the Economy, Mr. Roberto Fendit. Good morning, Mr. Fendit. Welcome to our forum. We are experiencing some technical issues with Special Secretary Fendit. Let us make some adjustments and we'll be right back. For now, you can enjoy the opportunity of taking a look at our virtual exhibit. As our CEO, Mr. Tamer Mansour, said really well, you can enjoy this area. We also had Ms. Daniela Leite from International Affairs. So please remember to visit the second floor of our venue. In this exhibit space, you'll also have great opportunities to do business. And now I think we can hear Special Secretary. Good morning, Mr. Fendit. Good morning, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to be here at the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum. Today, we'll be talking about perspectives for Brazil and Arab countries in this new global scenario. So I'm going to start with the current scenario and the context after COVID-19. The crisis that came about because of the COVID-19 pandemic has shown that Brazil is not going to stop collaborating with Arab countries. We kept trade going, even though ports and airports were severely affected with mobility restrictions. Brazil kept the supply of Arab countries throughout the crisis, and this has reinforced trust. Only Brazil is able to offer full food security to its partners. Right now, we have even more opportunities to deepen the collaboration work that we have and to base our strategic collaboration. Brazil has historical ties to Arab countries, and this has to do with the migration of Lebanese and Syrian people, among others, to Brazil in the beginning of the 20th century. We have a huge number of Arab descendants in Brazil. Over 7 million of Lebanese people are strengthening our trade ties as well between our peoples. The devastating explosions that happened in the Beirut port in August was met with 6 tons of humanitarian aid sent by Brazil to Lebanon with food, medication, and hospital supplies. The CBERS-4A satellite, managed by INPE, is also going to keep on helping with accurate images for reconstruction georeferencing images that are going to be very important. In 2019, Arab countries ranked third as the destination of Brazilian exports, third only to China and the US. Saudi Arabia, Algeria, Morocco, the UAE, and Qatar were the countries that most sold to Brazil. Brazilian exports focused on intermediary goods, especially with beef, poultry, sugar, iron ore, and corn. The products that we purchased the most from there were oil, fertilizers, plastics, aluminum, and frozen fish. Currently, we have new challenges as the foundation of these strategic relationships. So Brazil is now showcased as the biggest global player to offer food security, which means that we are able to supply at a large scale their need for food without compromising our own domestic supply. And this strengthens the concept of a hub of mediation in the Arab Gulf. We need to add value to the trade that happens between Brazil and this region. We should also boost diversification of our products with different technologies. Recently, the Brazilian government made space for negotiations with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce of the UAE to talk about how to increase the connectivity between different modalities with ports, airports, and ships in industrial areas. Our goal is to make it easier for re-exports to happen in processing zones and to have a direct maritime line to reduce the time and cost that we have to transport goods for these countries. It is also important to notice that it is paramount for this government to increase the flow of trade internationally. We want to boost productivity of our economy, and we want to increase competitiveness for foreign trade. In this sense, the Brazilian government has been trying to accelerate the negotiation of trade agreements for this new generation. We want to expand preferential access to our exports. We also want to make it easier to import inputs and technologies at very competitive prices. Arab countries are important trade partners to Brazil, and the Brazilian government is really interested in strengthening this relationship. The Mercosur has established free trade agreements with Egypt and Palestine, and it is now negotiating one with Lebanon. Mercosur has also started negotiating with Tunisia and Morocco. This government also wants to expand the flow of investments between Brazil and the Arab world. For that, we understand we have to do two things. Number one, we need to improve regulations to diminish barriers when it comes to tariffs and to work with our infrastructure for energy. For that, it is paramount for us to work on new cooperation agreements to facilitate investments, and we are already talking to Saudi Arabia and Qatar. It is also important for us to have agreements to avoid double taxation. Now, in our Congress, we have already approved an agreement with the UAE. Brazil is working on its regulations so that we are on the same page with the assumptions and the guidelines of the ODC. This also has to do with profit shifting, and we want to increase revenue and reduce tax evasion by signing this kind of treaty to avoid double taxation. Now, when it comes to investments, the sovereign funds of the Gulf countries, among which we have the Qatar Investment Authority, the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund, and the UAE funds, and we have some from Dubai and some from Abu Dhabi, have strengthened their ties with Brazil in the past few years. This relationship was made even stronger after the visit by President Jair Bolsonaro to these countries in October 2019. We want to build a joint agenda to strengthen Brazilian participation in the G20 summit, which is going to happen in Riyadh in November 2020. In the initial conversations with these sovereign funds, we've seen a guideline to diversify investments so that we can reduce reliance on GDP for these countries on non-renewable fossil fuels. To provide well-being for their populations, they have been investing a lot in projects with appropriate financial profitability in the long term. That is why they've become preferential investment partners for Brazil in our economic recovery. This helps them overcome their flaws in infrastructure, and it also helps the Brazilian competitiveness level. We also know that we can supply Arab countries with food. Now I would like to talk about the role of Arab chambers of the private sector in this new context? Just like in other trade bilateral relationships, the role of the private sector is extremely important for the Brazilian government to strengthen trade and commercial relationships with our partners in the Arab countries. The government has been working closely with private entities like the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, especially when it comes to topics like the exports of certified protein, like halal protein, its relationship with Arab countries, and agreements that were being negotiated, in addition to deepening the agreements that we already have, but which we can expand in scope and reach. As we can see in the numbers of the trade relationship between Brazil and Arab countries, we have a lot of room for growth when it comes to technical and regulatory issues to expand the exchange of goods, assets, and investments, including services. So these were the initial remarks I had for you. I'm available to answer any questions you might have, and I'm open to any comments or criticism. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much, Special Secretary. And right now, we have the official opening of the 2 new international offices by the Arab Chamber, which are strategic for Brazil and which will foster trade and business internationalization. It will also foster cultural exchanges. Our first office was opened last year in Dubai very successfully, and now we'll have another 2 international offices, one in Cairo and none in Riyadh. These offices will make trade even easier between Brazil and the Arab countries. Right after that, we're going to watch a video, and after that, Mr. Rubens Hanun, the president of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, is going to be with us once.
Seguindo o sucesso do escritório internacional em Dubai, que abriu o caminho para a consolidação da internacionalização da Câmara de Comércio Árabe Brasileira, inauguraremos mais 2 bases internacionais que navegam na esteira de arrojo e desenvolvimento em que o mundo árabe trafega. Buscando consolidar nossa presença em mercados estratégicos para o Brasil, Câmara de Comércio Árabe Brasileira criará, com 2 novos pontos de conexão, ainda mais sinergia entre os países membros da Liga Árabe e o Brasil. Encurtando distâncias, promovemos a interação e o diálogo entre diferentes, aproximando empresas brasileiras e árabes dispostas a conhecer e desbravar estes 2 mundos, proporcionando assim ainda mais e melhores relações entre governos, empresas e entidades setoriais dos 2 lados do Atlântico. Seguimos criando pontes e construindo o futuro através da abertura de 2 novos escritórios em Riad e no Cairo. 2 mercados em franca ascensão com populações cada vez mais jovens e conectadas. Uma relação a cada dia mais sólida, selada pela recente visita do governo brasileiro aos 2 países. Estaremos agora ainda mais próximos do Egito, que até o momento é o primeiro país árabe com quem o Mercosul possui acordo de livre comércio em uma experiência inovadora e próspera. Mercados repletos de oportunidades e de extrema importância para o Brasil em temas como infraestrutura, segurança alimentar, tecnologia, sustentabilidade, investimento, entre outros tantos. O futuro já começou. E a Câmara de Comércio Árabe Brasileira abre mais 2 portas deste momento tão promissor.
Yes, Mr. Rubens Hanun is already here with us to talk about this important step. But before that, before we sign the document, let's talk about these 2 new offices. Well, Renata, first let me talk about the opening of our forum, because it is touching to see it. I am so very happy to see all of these guests and all of these authorities talking about our relationship and how we can foster this growth. Now, to talk about the offices, Special Secretary Mr. Fendt also talked about how we can grow this relationship and how we can work on new endeavors. His Excellency President Bolsonaro also mentioned the office of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce in Dubai because this office was a landmark for us. Of course, we have strategic planning for the future, and we want the chamber to go international. So in February 2019, launching an office in Dubai was a landmark for us. And with us being there physically in Dubai, of course, we're able to attract a lot of business opportunities for Brazilian companies. It was also as of that moment that Arab countries and Arab companies also became members of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and looked for their partners here in Brazil. They were also able to supply us with products. Now we're going to open 2 new offices. In Riyadh, we'll be able to work on the ports of Saudi Arabia as the important hub they are. They are extremely important and they are developing really well. We're going to have very important work there. And in Cairo, we'll also have another office and we'll be able to have access to Africa. Cairo is a hub to Africa, to sub-Saharan Africa, and very soon we'll be signing an agreement regarding that with the Union of African Chambers. Through that, we're able to expand our market, not only to work in the Arab markets, but to work in the expanded Arab region, because we are talking basically about 2 billion consumers if we think about their expanded market. And with these 3 offices, we'll have offices in the 3 biggest countries that import from Brazil. We'll have Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Dubai. Yes, we are extremely focused on this internationalization process that we started in 2019. And now we move ahead with a lot of enthusiasm, as we can clearly see from both Brazilian authorities and Arab authorities. And I am sure we still have a lot of news to share, right, Mr. President? Yes, and I'm very happy to say that. Inshallah, that everything works. And I think it is going to work. I think there's a lot of... Once again, I would like to talk about the signature of the cooperation term of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce with the Union of African Chambers. So we now have another guest, Engineer Ibrahim El Arabi, the president of the Union of Chambers of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture in Africa. Good morning. So we now have Mr. Arabi with us, and we are going to proceed to this important signature event. We are trying to adjust his sound, but he has his pen ready to go. So, Mr. Hanoun, we can now go ahead and sign this important agreement during the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum. There we go. We have both signatures. That's excellent. And we have a lot more ahead of us. And we can see that we've had many news since 8 a.m. this morning. Well, Renata, before we wrap this section up, I would like to thank Mr. Arabi for this document. Thank you very much for opening the doors of the Union of African Chambers. As I said, we'll be able to work a lot with Sub-Saharan Africa. I would also like to thank him for the meeting we had in February. Over this meeting, we were able to work on an agreement that enabled us to have an office in Cairo. Our office in Cairo will be in the facilities of the Egyptian chambers that Mr. Arabi presides over. Thank you very much, Mr. Arabi. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Arabi. We'll have a short break now and we'll be back in a few seconds. Thank you. And now let's hand it over to Mr. Arabi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am sure we're going to be more open to even more business and more opportunities. So now we are going to start today's panel about how the future is now, perspectives for Brazil and Arab countries in this new global scenario. Our moderator will be an expert in the Middle East, Dr. Ghada Al-Harti from Saudi Arabia. Here are the panelists. Assistant Secretary General for Economic Affairs in the League of Arab States, Mr. Kamal Hassan Ali. Ambassador and CEO of the IRICE, the Institute of International Relations and Foreign Trade, Mr. Rubens Barbosa. We also have the CEO of HBG Holding and a Nobel Peace Prize winner, Tunisian Ouided Bouchmaoui. the CEO of Siemens Oman, Ms. Claudia Massey. The Chief Economist and Director of Research and International Cooperation of Afreximbank, Mr. Hippolyte Fofak. And an expert on millennials in the workplace, Adam Smiley Powalski. Welcome, and I now hand it over to you. Enjoy the forum and enjoy the first discussion of today. Thank you.
Bom dia. Thank you for this introduction. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone who is listening and taking part is safe and well. It is with great pleasure that I welcome all of you to this panel session on the perspectives for Brazil and the Arab countries amid the new global situation, in my privileged capacity as moderator. The panel session offers us a striking opportunity to concretize the... Oh, apologies, can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me? Okay, checking one last time. Okay, let's go ahead. Thank you for this introduction. Your Excellencies, guests, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone who is listening is safe and well. It is with great pleasure that I welcome all of you to this panel session on the perspectives for Brazil and the Arab countries amid the new global situation, in my privileged capacity as moderator. This panel session offers us a striking opportunity to concretize the Arab-Brazilian cooperation for a mutually... Oh, is it? Yeah. Very strange. 1 second, please. Let us check with... Are we back on? Can you hear me now? Yes, are you able to hear me now? Apologies again. This forum is very timely. As President Rubens pointed out earlier in the forum today, countries realize that in the globalized world, isolated nations are not politically or economically are not yet politically or economically viable. It's time to admit that during public health crisis, given that the COVID-19 worldwide is unstable, the time is now for governments to address the question of how countries will act collectively. International trade plays a pivotal role in economic development, since it provides employment, contributes to the transfer of technology, and is an important source of exchange needed for imports of capital and intermediate goods. Brazil's relations with the Arab world are witnessing many developments. The trade balance between Brazil and the Arab countries recorded a remarkable growth of 50% on an annual basis over the last few years, reflecting robust trade relations between the two sides. This year, the leaders of the world's 20 largest economies, including Brazil and Saudi Arabia, will come together for the first time in an Arab capital, Riyadh, in what will be a virtual summit to preside over the world's greatest challenges and opportunities. There is a considerable scope to influence the Arab-Brazilian relations around trade and investments. This also opens opportunities for diversification in terms of both markets and products, which is crucial for reducing vulnerability to external shocks in both our regions. I call upon you, distinguished panelists, to contribute openly and enlighten us as to what is coming next for our regions in order to have fruitful deliberations. Without further ado, let us start with the panel. Our first speaker is Ambassador Rubens Barbosa. Over to you, Ambassador.
Obrigado pela convite.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. This is a such important event, both for Brazil and Arab countries. Over the next 10 minutes, I will try to give you some background, just so you better understand commercial and trade relations between Brazil and Arab countries. The global consequences of the pandemic can become even worse because of the second wave of infection in Europe and in the US. There will be long-term consequences to this crisis. And we believe that after the pandemic, the world will resume its growth. We believe the pandemic is a turning point in the world's history. That is valid for the economy and the geography of different countries. This year, the global economy should decrease by 4.5%, and next year, growth should reach 5.2%. We believe public debt and interest rates may pose a great problem. For foreign trade, we believe the decrease will be even higher. There should be a 10% reduction in trade relations this year. And next year, uncertainties do not end. So our perspectives for the future have to do with a great level of uncertainty for global economy and for international trade. Let me talk about 3 consequences of the pandemic. The pandemic will increase the number of changes in international trade, economy, and foreign policies. And these are the 3 consequences I wanted to mention since I have little time. First, new trends in the international market will emerge. Secondly, perspectives for the WTO will change. And thirdly, there may be new uncertainties that will get in the way of the international trade performance levels. The first impact has to do with the trends for foreign trade. I believe that the future of globalization will be more determined by services than by the trade of goods. 1/5 of all global trade has to do with services. E-commerce will need to overcome some challenges. And in that regard, we have to mention the tensions between the US and China. Another increasing trend is the diversification of supply chain. Strategic products are going to be produced domestically, namely in healthcare, in the pharma industry, and for hospital devices. Sovereignty becomes pivotal now. Countries are having more of a protectionist approach to prevent vulnerabilities. This year alone, more than 120 commercial restrictions were identified by the WTO. The second major impact will be upon the WTO itself. Countries from the Middle East and from South America highly depend on the WTO initiatives. They need their support to solve trade conflicts and to negotiate new agreements. And there has been a crisis inside the WTO, especially because of the stance the U.S. has been taking. The crisis in the World Trade Organization doesn't come by itself. There are other multilateral bodies that have also faced challenges, such as the WHO and the UN itself. In the WHO, a new director should be announced soon, a woman from Africa. And she will have to help us solve the problem with appealing bodies. Appeals have become a hard initiative to solve commercial agreements. And that is because of issues regarding the U.S. justice system. In the WHO, we should advance with multilateral relationships. As we saw in the Trade Easiness Agreement. Market economy will also become more important. Brazil, Japan, and the U.S. have proposed an initiative to make these economies compatible with the market economy in the WHO. This is a very strong debate because it has to do with China's role inside the World Trade Organization. And finally, digitization. This may yet be another element that may influence trade negotiations. And finally, the high level of uncertainty that we see in the international market. This has to do with the recovery of the US and Europe's economies that have been highly affected this year. They had a minus 4 to 5% growth this year, and they have a good perspectives for recovery next year. China is the only country that will grow this year. That will grow by 1.9% this year and more than 8% next year. There will be tensions in agribusiness too, which is one of the important points in our bilateral relations. There will be problems regarding offer, supply, and demand. Brazil is working hard to supply Arab countries with food. So food safety will become increasingly important, as well as sanitary initiatives. That will be our major concern next year. There's a high level of uncertainty all around the globe, especially regarding the relationships between the US and China. It started as a trade war, then they went beyond. It became a technology war. And over the next years, we believe we should see a military technology war. The US currently supports some of the initiatives that are to be implemented. And if these initiatives are not implemented, there will be an impact to the trade relations regarding grains. And that's why Arab countries and Brazil will have to keep an eye on whatever happens between the US and China regarding their trade conflicts. Same thing goes for technology. We're still going to need to wait for the results of the American elections. And if Biden wins, if Trump is defeated, that may also have a consequence to the relationship between China and the US, especially regarding trade relations. On a personal level, I believe that if Mr. Biden wins the election, a balance may be reached between commercial and geopolitical interests, because the American and the Chinese economies are intertwined, and it will be very hard to decouple one from the other. It will be very hard to remove, per se, American companies from the Chinese market. I've talked about the American elections, and now finally, to conclude, I would like to mention Brexit. That has great impacts over the European markets, and it may have an impact to Arab countries too, as well as Brazil. The UK has put efforts in terms of increasing its trade relationships with Brazil and Mercosur. Now, if the UK leaves Europe, and if we don't have a trade agreement with the European Union, that may pose great difficulties to trade relations between the US and the European Union, which may get in the way of trade flows around the globe. And it may even be beneficial to some trade relationships between Arab countries, the UK, and between Brazil and the UK. These are my initial remarks. Just wanted to give you some idea on what is happening regarding trade relations between Brazil and Arab countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you for insightful answer. I would like to ask Dr. Kamal Hassan Ali to give his remarks, please. Thank you. Over to you, Doctor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة. أدرس كثير يعني.
Agora foi. I would like to thank the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for putting together this forum. The Union of Arab Chambers is happy to be here. It's a great pleasure to be part of this event despite of the pandemic. Because of the pandemic, many markets couldn't get their goods. Trade relationship between Arab countries and Brazil, as well as investment, is something that has to increase. And we believe that the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce plays a pivotal role in terms of engaging these two regions into a higher level of cooperation. So thank you very much. Greetings to all the authorities. Greetings to Brazilian business people, Arab business people. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be speaking at this forum. This forum aims at increasing trade relations and investment between Arab countries and Brazil. We believe that that may be beneficial for both societies. This is a great opportunity so we can exchange ideas, so we can better get to know each other, and so that We can also learn more about investment and trade opportunities. This is an excellent opportunity to exchange experiences, especially in such special times. The whole world is now looking at digital solutions to solve the problems we face. So, ladies and gentlemen, this forum is crucial if we want to have closer relationship going about between these two regions. It's also going to be important so we can open new markets, so we can create a great business environment, especially regarding transportation and maritime transportation. Trade between Arab countries and Brazil is highly concentrated. Phosphorus, oil, and many other goods are traded. Brazil exports food to Arab countries, especially beef, corn, and sugar. Despite the great development of political and economic relationships, the volume of trade is not that significant, and it doesn't translate the greatness of both regions. Increases in trade are intrinsically connected with an increase in investment in both regions. However, we lack mechanisms to protect the industry and to avoid double taxation. This is something that gets in our way. We also lack a council of business people. There are also not common banks that are willing to fund Arab-Brazilian projects. Ladies and gentlemen, considering all that, I would like to highlight Arab investment all over the globe. There is Arab investment agreement that fosters Arab investments all around the world. The idea is to support these investments. And they are pivotal when it comes to the Arab-Brazilian partnership. We believe this may be a positive solution to the lack of investments we see. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight the role played by the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce in this effort of reaching this greater trade between the two regions. Trade relations between Brazil and Arab countries was more than $20 billion in 2019, which was a significant increase. Arab countries ranked third when it comes to Brazilian exports to different countries. The UAE is the main trade partner to Brazil. These figures are from 2018. Trade is on the rise, and that may change the way bilateral relations are established. Ladies and gentlemen, the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, along with the Union of Arab Chambers and the Arab League, is working hard they are offering great services. And this is an unparalleled opportunity, so we can all create a new economy together. And so we can increase bilateral relations between these two regions. In conclusion, I wish you the best of success, and I hope we can meet the goals that we have set. May we support our own economies and the Brazilian economy as well. We believe this may be beneficial to both parties. May God's peace be upon you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal.
Muito obrigado.
Collaborating and good examples on working together for a better future. Can I please ask the panelists who are not speaking to kindly mute their microphones? Moving on, we are going to hear now from Widad Bouchmawi. Over to you, Widad. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy and so proud to be with you this today. I'd like, to be more practical and to speak as an entrepreneur about the situation. The situation should be better, but now we know, the perspectives are down because we are now focusing a new situation. The impact of this coronavirus everywhere. The virus, the COVID-19 has spread around the globe, and the pandemic caused, the largest global recession in the history. We have now more than a third of the global population at the time being placed on lockdown. And now, we have to look differently for the ways how we can survive, how we can live with this pandemic. I think what is the pandemic showed us today, and it showed the world that the world needs more solidarity, and the answer to this problem, a very serious problem, is cannot be found individually but together. We have to be together and to find the solution together, because we need a joint effort, and we have, in all levels, because it's very important now to look for new perspectives, to look for a better, future. And I think everywhere, for all the economics, we have now problems, and we are focusing, a big decline in consumption and on investment. So what we do need now is to survive with this pandemic. And just to speak about the relation between Arab countries and Brazil, I think all of us know that Brazil's economy is considered to be, the largest in the South America, and one of the fastest growing economy in the world. So opportunities are there, and we have to learn and to know how we can take those opportunities to boost, the exchange, the trade exchange and investment here in our Arab world countries and in Brazil also. So we know that Brazil follows now the policies of free economy, and they are adopting free markets policies, and with the new agreements with some Arabic countries, and that those agreements will facilitate to us to be more involved and to look for new opportunities. And I think that's what we have. Just to boost not only the trade but also investment, and we can also establish some joint ventures and some industrial projects, and we can also work together to go, for example, to African countries, to go to different countries, to the European countries, as I'm going to speak about my country, Tunisia, as we have a special agreement with Europe, and so we can export and import with taxes. I mean, Tunisia could be a hub for Brazilian products to be exported in the European market, in the European market. As we know, I mean, the commercial relation between Tunisia and Brazil is not so big. We are just a small country. We are 11 million, less than 12 millions. And so what we have is to how we can accelerate the growth and how we can look for, more joint venture, more partnership with Brazilian companies. And I think we have to do more business. And I hope everything goes back to normal everywhere. I mean, in Brazil, in Tunisia, and in the whole world, and to look for the different opportunities and to look for different markets. And of course, the diplomatic and political relations are great. We have to think about how we can develop. Business and opportunities. We know that in the Arab world, with some countries, they are facing some problems and some, significant challenges. Some countries, in the Arab world, have some problems. They have conflicts. There is poverty there, and they are facing very, difficult challenges of water, stress, air pollution, and others, on the other hand, they have large reserves of oil and gas, so we can combine this, between those rich companies, the rich regions, and with the poor and middle-class region to develop together a better joint venture. Just to be also more pragmatic, I think what we have to do, in which areas, I think it's, we can develop, the trade products, in beyond the agribusiness, which is good and which is well between Arab and Brazilian companies. We can diversify, the automobile and aviation industries. We can also diversify in technology, in new technology, and also in, we can some areas could be an economic hub to discover and to go to other companies. And what is very important is we need also the political will, because without this political will to boost, private sector, without this political will to have new agreements, and without taxes, with the free, markets, we could not, hope to boost and to increase our trade or our investment in the two sides. I think the role of the Chamber of Commerce, is crucial, because it will allow, this contact and this networking between companies from the two sides, and it will be, like a facilitator to give proposals to help companies to build a new concept, to build a new environment, and to push our governments to be more practical, and to have this this environment with free legislation, with the free taxes. And it's very important, to the role of this Chamber of Commerce, to be like the helper, or let's say the locomotive, to push the will, and to push the private initiatives. The opportunities are there, and we have to take part, and we have to build a new cooperation, to build a new relation, and it depends on us, on our ability, on our capacity as private sector, and also it depends on the political will. So I think the future should be better for all of us. Of course, it depends on how we can manage and how everybody will manage this pandemic, because now we are focusing, it's particular a pandemic, and we have each one of us try to find the best solution. I mean, to go and to avoid, I mean, this pandemic. But I think the future is for us, and we can develop better relation. Just we have to keep on, and just we have to be always together and to think collectively. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Widad. You've certainly left us with a lot to consider. Let's move on to our fourth panelist, Claudia Massi. The floor is yours, Claudia.
Muito obrigada. Obrigada pelo.
Thank you very much. It is such an honor to be here. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. I would like to start by saying a few words. You know, the crisis poses great opportunities for everyone. As His Excellency the Ambassador mentioned, of course, we know that there are different trends around. We want to increase logistics connections all around the globe. Many countries want to make sure they meet their supply chain demands, especially for consumption goods, such as drugs, which are the most critical ones, and, of course, food. And that is no different for Arab countries. Brazil has seen great developments in that regard because the Brazilian domestic market is way greater than any Arab country's domestic market. But as we've heard from the previous panelist, generosity is a key word right now. It's about how countries can join forces and help one another. So that is the balance we have to strike. We want to make sure we have national security levels so that we can make sure all countries have access to what they need domestically. And at the same time, we have to make sure that our neighboring countries and countries from the same region as ours have access to the same goods that we have internally. And that is what we have to look for during these times. I would like to talk about technology because at the end of the day, I work for Siemens, which is a tech company. And just the sheer fact that we are all meeting online in a virtual place comes to show that the way we interact in the future may be different. And this is the type of communication we're going to make use of. I'm talking about digital communication and virtual meetings. I think we've come so far in such a short period of time. Before, we only had informal meetings online. But look how far we've come. This is a virtual event. We've got augmented reality online. We've got trade show online. People can choose what booths they're going to pay visits to. They can choose which companies they're going to connect with. They can even access a chat room. So yes, we've come so far. And I believe that that will make a difference. Aside from the pandemic and this healthcare crisis, we're also facing an economic crisis and some political crisis all around the globe. But we also have a climate crisis that we have to face. It is an already ongoing crisis, and it will be there unless we change our behaviors. We can't underestimate how severe this climate crisis is. We have no other planet to go to. Let us remember that. And this is yet another reason why we have to join forces and change our behavior. We want to make sure we can prevent this climate crisis from becoming even worse, which can make the whole situation even more complicated as compared to the current situation. I would like to build upon what His Excellency the Ambassador mentioned. He said there is an ever-growing trend of increasing the offer of services, and I believe that is true, especially regarding technology. I'm talking about the Industry 4.0, I'm talking about the IoT, and 5G technologies, which is now being deployed in different urban centers. Because of all these technologies, people are becoming somewhat afraid, because on the one hand, technology brings us together, but on the other hand, technology makes us more exposed to threats, and that is why cybersecurity becomes increasingly important. And in the Middle East, since we have some delicate political issues, I can tell you that customers care a lot about where their data is stored. We will need to work with data the same way we dealt with oil in the past. In the past, oil was the main wealth, or the main representation of wealth. Nowadays, data is the new oil. So countries will be more or less vulnerable according to where their data is stored. This is also part of the new normal, quote unquote. So yes, technology helps us move forward in different ways and from different perspectives. But at the same time, there are many political consequences to these technological advances. So we've been evolving technologically, but there's always a human touch to it. There's always someone thinking about these technologies in the background, and we're the ones who will need to assess the risks we're taking. And this is another trend that is here to stay. And all those aspects need to be considered if we are to develop new technologies to connect more regions of the world. Oman, for example, just like in any other small country, you may not have such a large volume of data. And that is why Amazon may not be interested in building servers in this country. So we want to make sure we cater to local needs, but at the same time, neighboring countries can help each other, or countries from the same region can help each other so that they can all meet their demands simultaneously. Partnerships are also important. And I'd like to talk specifically about the relationships between Brazil and Arab countries.
For sure. Of course, we can collaborate with oil and gas because Brazil has a lot of experience with that. And of course, we don't have oil all over the Middle East, but we do around the Gulf. And the Gulf fully relies on oil exploitation. So in this case, the sheer sharing of knowledge could be helpful. And this could be helpful for Brazil and for the Gulf region. We also know that oil will never go back to being as important as it was because we see a new trend towards renewable energy with wind power and solar power. This is another similar trait for these regions. Brazil has a lot of sunlight, as well as the Middle East. Brazil and the Middle East also share large territories and non-inhabited areas. Of course, these areas could be used so that we can install solar panels. We can also install wind turbines. This is something that countries can collaborate on, and they can share knowledge and share best practices. Another technological trend, of course, is hydrogen production. In this case, of course, I am talking about green hydrogen, which is produced with renewable energy. This is a way not only to contribute to the improvement of the climate crisis we're going through, but it is a way to help countries that have large areas for solar power. And we can also foster their chemical industries, because through hydrogen production, you find inputs that are very important for fertilizers and other petrochemical products. This is another growing industry all over the world. Finally, this does not apply necessarily to every Arab country, but a sector that has been impacted heavily right now, but will recover very quickly right after the pandemic is over, most likely, is the tourism industry. And of course, Brazil has a lot of potential for tourism. And many Arab countries are also developing their potential and are making a lot of efforts for that. For example, last year, Saudi Arabia started a tourism program. They created a tourist visa and they opened their borders to tourists with a lot of different tourism activities. So this is another area where we could collaborate. Finally, we have logistics. We've seen the example of Tunisia. And it makes a whole lot of sense to work with Tunisia as a hub for Europe and Africa. However, if we go to the other side of the Middle East with Oman, we can also use that region as a logistic hub to service Asian markets. Of course, this is something that could be mutually beneficial, because Africa and Europe can go through Tunisia to be in Brazil, or they can go through Oman to get to Brazil if they are in Asian countries, and vice versa. So this is the kind of guideline we should follow right now when it comes to collaboration. My last example of collaboration has to do with an example that I know close. We have Valley in Oman because they were able to establish an agreement with the government many years ago to have subsidized energy or subsidies for energy. They have some of the lowest rates in the world, and Valley is here and they work with pebbles, with iron ore. So they perform the operations here and they are able to export this kind of iron ore to other countries. That's a very successful example. This is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much.
Indeed, Claudia. I've been hearing more and more that data is the new oil, but obviously there are privacy issues to consider and many risks related to that. So shall we move on to our next panelist, Hippolyte? The floor is yours, Mr. Hippolyte.
Negotiating the African Export-Import Bank. The event, as said earlier, is timely, and the main theme is men, in particular by providing the opportunity to prepare the two partners, the Arab world and Brazil, for the post-COVID world. The Chamber is indeed taking the right conditions to ensure that this crisis is not wasted. In the world of Prime Minister Winston Churchill, never waste a good crisis, I think the Chamber is actually doing exactly that. It's clear that, to repeat those who came before me, that COVID-19 has inflicted horrifying health and economic costs across the globe, and we move from synchronized global expansion around the world pre-COVID-19 forecast to a synchronized global downturn sharper than the 2007-8-19 financial crisis and more closer to the Great Depression era. And forecasts for recovery set for next year, but still below pre-pandemic trend growth rate. But the challenging global economic and trading environment triggered by COVID-19 is also setting the world onto a new path. We may well be living through a real paradigm shift. There are new trends that were already emerging, which are likely to be accelerated by COVID-19. In essence, the pandemic downturn, which has been characterized as one of the worst recessions on record, poses both opportunities and challenges. These challenges are well known, and countries, along with corporations, household and development partners, are doing their best at managing these challenges. And some include balance of payment pressure, falling fiscal revenue, rising deficit, shrinking corporate balance sheet, and rising unemployment, social expenditure, and falling remittances. We live in Egypt, which is the fifth recipient of remittances around the world, about $29 billion here. So I think you can feel the consequences of that dry remittances on countries such as Egypt, but also Nigeria across the continental space. And of course, the issue of commodities, which apply both to Africa, but also to many countries in the Arab world. A strong recovery is expected next year, just as synchronized as the downturn triggered by COVID-19, provided there are progress toward treatment or vaccine, or provided there is no second wave on the way, we could actually hit a growth rate as high as 5.2% next year. But what will drive and sustain that growth rate in the coming years and decades is likely to be completely different from what we've seen so far. And I will be focusing now on how we see the coming years, what are the major trends that one should observe, and what are the steps that countries should undertake to capitalize on this emerging trend. The new drivers of growth in the post-COVID-19 world will be one of what I call enhanced digitalizations. Digitalization may well be the way of the future, especially in light of increasing results from empirical analysis showing that increased investment in digitalizations is highly correlated with economic growth, positive economic growth. Essentially, a 10% increase in digitalization could be associated with as high as 4% growth of GDP extra in the developing world. So digitalization may actually be here not just to stay, it may well be the new drivers of growth in the future. And one key question which arises then becomes, what infrastructure will be needed to take advantage of the digital economy, and what should policymakers and corporate leaders be doing to capitalize on these emerging trends? The second major factor that will emerge, it's what I call the global supply chain model, which will change dramatically as well in the coming years and decades. I think it's fair to say that the supply shocks that started in China in February and the demand shock which followed as the global economy shut down exposed major vulnerabilities in the global supply chain models and the just-in-time supply chains operations, which have driven major corporations drive over the years. These developments, combined with US-China trade war, have triggered a rise in economic nationalism, a move toward the reordering of supply chain for greater resiliency. We heard about the Japanese government providing fiscal incentive to Japanese corporations willing to reshore some of their supply into Japan by way of enhancing the resilience. Manufacturers around the world are likely to be under tremendous political and competitive pressure to reduce their dependency, including increasing their domestic productions and reducing excessive concentrations of supply chains. The third major factor that I see is what I call acceleration of e-commerce. Mr. Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, has made more billions during the pandemic and rising unemployment around the world than at any time in the past since its corporation was created. E-commerce is booming, and large distribution chains and stores are closing. And I was told recently that Brooks Brothers is closing down in the US, which is remarkable. And one question arising becomes, what does this actually mean for Dubai? What does it mean for São Paulo and many other cities, of course? And will the world go back to the old model of consumer mobility and large distribution chain and stores? I doubt. I think we may be on an irreversible trend going forward. The fourth important factor that I would also like to mention is that of digital payments and currencies. The world is moving toward digital payment and currency, and the shift toward digital payments and currency is already underway. It's likely to be accelerated. We're talking about digital dollars, digital euros, and you've all heard about digital renminbi, but interestingly, there's a cross-border digital currency and payment been experimented within the GCC countries, and the Fed chairman recently, just today actually, announced that they're actually testing an hypothesized digital central bank currency in the US, working with MIT in that regard. And the last important factor that I would like to mention is what I call an accelerated shift towards the green economy. If you look at the numbers, the large EU fiscal stimulus allocated almost 20% to climate resilient investment. These are important fiscal incentives to drive change in the structure of the EU economies, likely to have significant implications the rest of the world. We may well be entering a new era of accelerated shift in industry from fossil fuel to renewable energy, from internal combustion engine to electric vehicle powered by renewable battery energy, from heating oil and natural gas pump. This shift, in my view, is likely to have significant implications for countries which for decades have relied heavily on carbon economy for growth. Thus, I think it's fair to say that the Arab-Brazil partnership has been highly opportunistic when you look at the current patterns of trade between the two regions, and largely driven by factor endowment, with Brazil exporting food, as mentioned earlier, and importing energy and other natural resources from that part of the world. If you look at the number in 2019, Brazil exported food in amount of about $12 billion and imported from the region about $7 billion. But the tectonic shift expected post-COVID-19 provide, in my view, the opportunity to redefine the parameter of Brazil-Arab partnership and adapt it to the post-COVID-19 world. These tectonic shifts will imply moving from opportunistic trade toward a more strategic partnership and engagement, deepening industrial collaboration by moving toward more regionally and vertically integrated supply chains, where we see the two industries in the two parts of the world working together, moving from commodity dependency toward a relationship that prepare the world, the two partner, for the post-COVID world of enhanced digitalizations, carbon-free economy, digital payments. Most likely, innovations and technology will be at the heart of that new and emerging partnership between Brazil and the Arab world. I repeat, innovations and technology will probably be at the heart of that emerging new partnership. And we believe that one of the key roles that we should see the private sector and the chamber play in fostering that new and emerging partnership will be essentially closing the information gap And our research shows that one of the key constraints in trade between continent and countries is information gap. I think the chambers and the private sector will play a big role in narrowing that trade information. It's also important to foster industrial collaboration and drive knowledge exchange and technology transfer, building on Brazil's advantage in that regard to close the technological gap between the two regions. At the same time, accelerating a two-way FDI flows to shift the patterns of trade in the post-COVID world will be another important aspect, such as twinning arrangement for win-win transfers. And to close, it is fair to say that COVID-19 has set the world on a path of major and irreversible tectonic shift. Adjusting to this shift is the most pressing challenge for all countries and corporates, not just within Brazil and Arab world, but around the world. It is very encouraging that Brazil and Arab world are already integrating these emerging trends in their relationship. And to quote the US President Abraham Lincoln, the best way to predict your future is to create it. I believe that Brazil and Arab world are creating the future that will shape their future engagement for a win-win outcome, not just for them, but for the world, especially if you look at the issue of climate change and resilient environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Apulit, for these insightful observations. And now our final panelist, Adam Pawlowski. Adam, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much for having me today. Thank you to the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and to all of the other brilliant panelists for your great remarks and insight. I'm here today to speak about millennials, the largest generation. By 2025, millennials will make up as much as 3/4 of the global workforce. This is people born roughly between 1980 and the mid 1990s, 3/4 of the global workforce. And I think it's really important to pay attention to the folks that are now shaping both our present and our future. We know that 65% of today's kids that are in elementary school will end up in jobs that haven't been invented yet. Will end up in jobs that if we were to know the job title right now, we would be like, I have no idea what that is, right? Which makes sense because if you think about it, about 10, 15 years ago, Facebook didn't even exist, right? It was just being invented in a dorm room at Harvard University. And think about all the jobs that exist right now in social media, in data, in analytics that weren't around just 5, 10, 15 years ago, right? To think about a world that didn't have Facebook right now is almost mind-blowing. But the challenge I issue to all of you is to think about how are we preparing the next generation for this uncertain future of work, for this uncertain landscape, and all that's changed even just in the last year, in the last several months with COVID-19. We took what is already a very unstable, rapidly changing, constantly evolving job market, global job market, and then dropped a global pandemic on it. So I think we really need to come back to some key values. And one of the main things I always talk about when thinking about millennials and then Gen Z, which is the youngest generation, sometimes called iGeneration or the smartphone generation, that is a generation that doesn't know a world without smartphones. They literally don't know a world without the iPhone. Can you imagine? You know, I didn't get a cell phone till the end of university, right? And the young generation now is growing up and they're seeing a smartphone when they're just a little kid, when they're several years old. So how are we preparing that generation for this constantly evolving world? And I think a couple key things. We need to talk about purpose. This is the most important thing. And so many of the panelists have alluded to this, right? Purpose and social change. 50% of millennials would take a pay cut to find work that matches their values. This is global millennials, not just USA. I'm based in San Francisco, in Silicon Valley, but this is not just the US. 50% of millennials would take a pay cut to find work that matches their values. They turn down money to do work they actually care about. Doesn't mean they don't want any money. Of course, we all need money, but they would turn down money to do work they actually care about. According to Deloitte, 75% of millennials think the business world is getting it wrong, that businesses are too focused on their own agenda, profit, and not focused enough on improving society. So despite unprecedented levels of global unemployment and the jobs crisis, we are a generation that wants to work with purpose. So I think we need to encourage purpose, social change, meaning, connection in the jobs that we're providing, in the way we build our economies, in the way we build local economies and the global economy, and coming back to that purpose. And that is a huge thing. And how are we solving social, environmental challenges with business? That is one of the biggest things that I've learned in my work and in writing best-selling books about millennials, that when you talk about career change and career growth, it has to come back to purpose. The average millennial will have as many as 15 to 20 different jobs in their lifetime. 15 jobs, right? That's normally not how it was. It usually was, hey, you like something, you go to university, you study it, maybe you get a master's degree, right? Or a graduate degree, you get an entry-level job and you work your way up the corporation. And, you know, in 20, 25 years, you're in the C-suite and you retire. But that's just not the case for the average young person across the world, right? They're going to be facing a career that is very changing rapidly, and you have AI and automation and computers and the digitization, and it's all making jobs change so quickly. So we could either freak out, or we could say, how are we nurturing these people along their way? So the next lesson after purpose is really focusing on learning and growth, so that folks in our organizations, our companies, we're constantly helping people grow, adapt, learn, try new things, be curious, be open to new ideas, be traveling to the Arab world, be understanding what's happening in another economy, be understanding and making friendships with folks in Brazil, from the US, and from the Arab world, and from Europe, and from China and India, and these markets that are shaping our world, right? And encouraging that learning and growth and cooperation is so important, because that's what the future is. Frankly, that's where the present is. This isn't just about the future. That's where we are today, right? The youngest generation is the most diverse generation ever. And they want that connection. They want that learning. They want that growth. Another thing I want to harp on that, you know, we sometimes lose in this conversation, that I actually think is very much related to COVID-19, is the importance of human connection. In the digital world, with technology advancing so rapidly, so quickly, you know, it's almost happening. Everything is instantaneous, right? We're so distracted, and things are happening so quickly. And all of us right now, I bet, have, you know, are multitasking. Even on this panel, have 15 apps open, have other projects going. We're all got things going on. Remembering to come back to each other, and that this is about people building human relationships, and especially for young people who are growing up only knowing the digital world, only knowing the world through a touchscreen, that we encourage this human connection in the workplace, in the workforce, in the global economy. I think that people kind of forget that. They say, oh, it's technology, everything, work remotely. Now people can't even go into the office because it's not safe, so we can just have virtual chats and just connect virtually. Yes, of course, we're going to use virtual technology. It allows us to accelerate our work. And what are the unintended consequences in a world that's changing so quickly with technology? And I think what happens is some of those are, we have a mental health crisis, at least in my country, in the United States, skyrocketing rates of burnout, stress, anxiety, depression, right? This is very much related, I think, to political crises and the youth crisis, and what happens when youth are not engaged and not connected. We know what happens. It's not pretty. right? It can turn violent very quickly, and it can turn extremist very quickly. We need to engage those youth and make sure that they have that human connection, right? And that is huge, especially now we're having remote work, and we're going to have remote work is here to stay even after the pandemic, and it's safe to return to the office. A lot of the data is showing that the largest companies in the world are still going to have most of their workforce work remotely even after COVID-19. They're going to get rid of many of their offices, right? This is, Facebook, Google, they've announced this, remote work is here to stay, and human connection is always here to stay. So we can have remote work, right? But people need places to come together, whether it's an office, whether it's a community center, whether it's a global conference every year, whether it's a virtual conference, because we have to remember that we have those opportunities for people to build those relationships so that we have remote work and technological advancement, but we also have people coming together. Because otherwise, we have burnout, we have loneliness, we have people that don't know how to talk to each other. A lot of the companies and the CEOs I speak to, and I speak to human resources leaders all over the world, and they say that these millennials come in and they're good at their job and they're ambitious, but they don't know how to have a conversation, right? They don't know how to conduct a business meeting. They don't know how to look someone in the eyes and have a productive disagreement. And you know why? That's because they spent their whole life looking at this thing and texting someone and sending emojis, right? Instead of being in a room with someone and learning with them and making eye contact and having those soft skills. Deloitte actually found that one of the things that millennials are most lacking in the business world is soft skills, empathy, compassion, creative thinking. We talk a ton about high-level AI and knowing all this advanced data analytics. The actual studies show that, yeah, we can train for that. People can learn that. It's fine. What we actually need to teach young people is how to be a better adult, how to be a more compassionate human, how to understand each other. So I'll end with a story that I think exemplifies what I'm saying here. And it's about making the ask and encouraging people to ask for what they need and to create those collaborations. So I live in San Francisco. I was headed home one night. I was biking home, minding my own business, getting some dinner. And this guy, he bikes up alongside me and he says, "My name is Bernat. I'm from Spain." And I said, "I don't know who you are." And I tried to bike away, and he keeps biking alongside me. "My name's Bernat. I'm from Spain. I'm a UX UI designer, user experience designer from Spain." And I was like, "I don't know who you are. Please stop talking to me." He keeps biking alongside me. "My name's Bernat. I'm from Spain. I'm a UX UI designer. I'm looking for a job here in San Francisco. I'm looking for a job in the Bay Area. There's no jobs right now in Spain, brutal unemployment." And I was like, "Oh, interesting. Barcelona is a beautiful city. I visited once. My best friend used to live there, a gorgeous place." And he says, "Yes, it is a gorgeous place." And he asks me, "Well, what are you working on?" And I tell him I'm writing this book about millennials discovering their lives and looking for meaningful work and trying to make the business world more purpose-driven and trying to create both profit and purpose. And he's like, "Oh, do you have a cover designer for your book?" And I said no. And he said to me, "Go home, check out my website, maybe we can work together." So I go home, I check out Bernat's website. I was like, wow, this guy's really good. He's a really amazing designer. He's very talented. I post on Facebook that night, "Just met this crazy guy Bernat while I was biking home tonight. He hails from Spain. He's looking for a job in the Bay Area. If you know of anything, let him know." 5 minutes later, my buddy comments on the Facebook thread, "Oh, Bernat should meet with my friend Mark. They're looking for this designer. They're doing a mobile startup in Palo Alto. They don't have a lead designer yet. Maybe they can work together." Bernat, a couple weeks later, meets with the team. He gets hired to be the lead designer for this tiny startup. He gets a work visa to stay in the United States, which is a very big deal. There was a lot of unemployment in Spain. He sends me a thank you note, but a couple years go by, I don't really hear from him. And then all of a sudden, 2 years later, I get a text message from Bernat. Smiley, Adam Smiley Pozwalski, I'm taking you out to dinner anywhere you want to go. I was like, great, I'd love to get taken out to dinner. And at dinner, he tells me that the mobile startup he had been working for with 5 people had just been acquired by Yahoo for $80 million. And he's the 5th employee at the company. He gets paid in equity, right? And he says to me, thank you. And I say to Bernard, I was like, no, thank you, because this guy talked to a random stranger in a city he didn't live in a country he wasn't from, on a bicycle, right? So I think what I'm getting at here is, how do we encourage and foster that connection, that collaboration between folks in Brazil, between the Arab world, between the United States, between the global economy, and really allow people to put out there what they're looking for and support each other and foster that dialogue, because I think that that's essential as we advance, knowing our interconnectedness. We've seen that with the pandemic. We're not going to get through this if we don't get through it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very interesting points made there, Adam. I definitely agree with most of what you said. Thank you. Now we are moving to the Q&A. I'd like to pose a few questions from our audience to our panelists, if you will indulge us. The first question is to Ambassador Barbosa. Ambassador, what are the protocols signed and the main trade treaties? Is there a multilateral technical cooperation? Thank you.
Can you please repeat the question? You want to know the main technical treaties that we have? Well, the OMC has technical cooperation as well. Can you please repeat the question?
I'll repeat it, of course. What are the protocols signed and the main trade treaties? Is there a multilateral technical cooperation program?
Yes, we have a multilateral technical cooperation program, and I think you are asking about trade, right? So with trade, with WTO, we have a large program for every member of the WTO who could benefit from technical cooperation to negotiate agreements, and so that they can understand our rules. So yes, we have that. And Brazil has a number of technical cooperation agreements for trade and for other areas as well. The Brazilian Cooperation Agency can also provide other countries with technical support for that. And as I said, at the UN, we have a number of technical cooperation agreements that could be applicable here. But for trade, the most important one, or the most important ones, are the multilateral technical cooperation agreements that the WTO offers to every member country.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now we have a question to, an interesting question to Widad Bouchmawi. Widad, please, in addition to Tunisia as a hub for the European market, how do you see the possibility of the internationalization of Brazilian companies in Tunisian territory?
Could you repeat, please? Sorry.
Of course, yes. So the question is, in addition to Tunisia as a hub for the European market, how do you see the possibility of the internationalization of Brazilian companies in Tunisian territory?
Thank you so much. Even our country, our market is not so big, but I think we have this expertise, to deal with different companies. And there is a way, there is possibilities for Brazilian companies to come to Tunisia and to Tunisia, as Tunisia should be a hub, so that we can together, export to Africa or to other Arab countries, because we are near Europe. We are near Africa, and we have different agreements with some with African countries, with Arab countries, and with European countries. It's possible, as we have really very intensive, legal frame for foreign companies to be in Tunisia and to work from our country. And now there is no barrier. Even if we are far from each other, but now everything is open and we can deal together without any barriers. What we do need is how we can explore this market and how we can be be win-win together, and we can also, of course, think about some strategic sectors where we have this the skills of people, where we have this intensity, and also when we have the possibility to export in a quick way. But what we do need, we have to ameliorate our ports. We have to ameliorate this to have a real agreement, and we have to focus on this political will, as I said, because with this we can do better. And I'm sure that there are many opportunities that Brazilian companies could find in Tunisia, and there are many possibilities they are offered for them to be here, or to be for us also to be there and to export from there, or to have an investment there.
Thank you very much, Widad. Now we have a question to Dr. Kamal. Dr. Kamal, are you with us? I hope we didn't lose him.
No.
Okay, he might be having some technical difficulties. Then let's move on to Claudia. Claudia, a question here for you. How can we link technology with the issue of carbon credits, knowing that this concern has been great among the international businesses?
Shall I answer in English or Portuguese?
Claudia, were you able to hear my question?
Okay.
Well, I think carbon credits are one tool, and we can trust in this tool to try and reduce the risks that we have when it comes to global warming. However, on the other hand, credit carbons are just the fact that a country or a company issue pollutants on one side of the world, but they purchase carbon credits so that in another place of the world they have wind power, for example, or they are able to install solar power. So actually, the company that is funding clean energy from another part of the world will have to deal with the dirty energy where they are operating. So carbon credits have been a tool that has been used to minimize environmental impact. But now in the world, we have a trend that goes beyond that. But Siemens has made a commitment to be a company that is going to have zero emissions of pollutants that are bad on the atmosphere until 2030. Of course, some of it will be done through carbon offsetting, but another part of it is to stop issuing this kind of thing. And we need to realize that, creating pollutants on one side of the world and purchasing credits from another side of the world is not going to solve the problem. So, bottom line, we have to use technology so that we stop the emissions of toxic gases on the first place. So basically, What I'm trying to say here is that carbon credits have worked so far. However, for the future, we need to think about how to stop having coal industries all over the world. How can we avoid gas turbines? How can we make sure we replace all of this energy grid with renewable energy? And how can we maximize the amount of renewable energy in the world? Is the answer nuclear power? Maybe some countries in Europe have been doing that, but Germany has left nuclear power behind because of its risks. However, on the other hand, this is clean energy, and if you get risks under control, with only one plant, you'd be able to generate enough energy for a large amount of the population in comparison to wind power generation. But I think the best solution we have here is to use technology to produce energy, and instead of just emitting it and using carbon credits, we should just produce 100% of clean energy.
Thank you very much, Claudia. And now we have a question for Mr. Hippolyte, a question for you. Which for you will be Africa's new growth engine for the post-pandemic world? Is it services or logistics? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that timely question. I believe trading on the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement will start next year, perhaps as early as January 2022. And the centerpiece of that agreement, as you know, will be the rule of origins. And the rule of origins can be viewed as an industrialization accelerator to move the continent away from commodity dependency, which has been the path toward fiscal and debt crisis, recurrent debt crisis, and fiscal challenges. So in essence, yes, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement provide the opportunity to actually shift the patterns of investment, foreign direct investment, away from commodity toward manufacturing. And if anything we've learned from COVID-19, it is that the region as a whole has made a strategic blunder by relying heavily on import of manufacturing for the domestic consumptions. At the height of it, they could not even afford PPE or other medical equipment because those who had more access to foreign reserve, the US, the EU, were very high in the queue in China to access those equipments. So I think one lesson we've learned is that as the bank, the African Export-Import Bank, we are now financing the productions of some of these medical equipment locally within the continent. And it is a growth industry. Only in that pharmaceutical space, we are talking about $16 to $20 billion a year market, which used to be fully imported. So I think the growth sector, if you combine the Continental Free Trade Area Agreements, opportunity associated with competitiveness, productivity growth, it definitely be the manufacturing sector, given the size of the market and economies of scale associated with that transformations. And naturally, as we build regional value chains in the manufacturing sector, we could see the potential as a path for greater integration of Africa into the global value chains. So definitely, with no doubt, I think the future post-COVID-19 in Africa will be a manufacturing boom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hippolyte. And now to you, Adam, a question. Do you think that in this technological age, building relationships will still be key to fostering international business?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the question. Definitely, 100%. I think that business is human relationships. And even if the technology we're using to connect is digital, it starts with trust and empathy and actually understanding each other. I think that that's why travel is so important, and education and learning and exposure, and really making sure that we continue those bonds. You know, the world is more interconnected than ever before, and yet it's very easy to feel far apart. So I think, you know, one of the things that's been interesting to see in the pandemic is how people have used technology to come together. So not just as a means of communication, but actually to build those human relationships and to create those bonds. And, you know, for example, this type of forum, you know, that is really important. And I think that if we lose that, and if we speed by it as we're kind of focused only on acceleration and speed and growth, we're gonna miss things. And, you know, our foundation isn't going to be as solid. The foundation will be more solid for all of us if we build those relationships. And I do believe that we can do that and have technological growth, right? The technology is already here. That's not going away. The point is, as that accelerates ever more quickly, that we put just as much emphasis on human relationships and connection and human connection as we are on the growth piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. This actually concludes the Q&A segment, and I'm very sad to say we're coming out of time now. It's a shame we lost Dr. Kamal due to some technical difficulties. I hope what lessons drawn out from this meeting can help shape our preparations for action in this new global context and alleviate the pervasive impact of COVID-19. I invite all countries to join all the collaborative efforts our panelists have mentioned, especially so those who are here today. I hope what we learned today will enrich a government-to-government dialogue. Collective action and collaborating to overcome this crisis will be vital. Clearly, an important aspect of how countries have responded and will likely fare in the coming months is the way public and private sectors have worked together. As countries respond to COVID-19, the decisions we take in the coming months will have an impact on all of us for decades. And just a few thank yous at the end. Thank you incredibly for our very rich discussion to the panelists. Thank you to the people who have tuned in to listen. Thank you to the people who wrote questions. Sorry we didn't have enough time to ask them. And thank you to the team of interpreters behind the scene and all those who helped organize this offline and online. I hope our audience has enjoyed it and found it enlightening as much as I have. And I hope you tune in for other sessions during this exciting forum. Thank you all and take care.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. This has been a beautiful panel, and these panelists were able to bring us significant ideas about today's topic. We talked about politics and the economy, and topics that are very important. We have this geopolitical discussion, and we also heard about the millennials. As Adam said, 3/4 of the workforce within the next few years will be made of millennials. Now we're going to see a bit of the research on Arab immigration in Brazil with the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. You can see the full survey in our booth in the exhibit area of the trade show.
Atitudes sustentáveis fazem parte da nossa essência. Devolver água tratada ao ambiente, preferir as fontes de energia renovável e cuidar do bem-estar animal firmando parcerias globais, ajudando a desenvolver as melhores práticas, faz com que, além de agentes, sejamos a inspiração para que mais pessoas façam algo também. Ser parte de algo maior não tem nada de mágica, mas é mágico. BRF.
A Fambras Halal é pioneira em certificação halal no país. Há 40 anos oferece ao mercado mundial produtos certificados, respeitando os padrões internacionais de segurança dos alimentos. Contribuiu para que o Brasil se tornasse o maior exportador de proteína animal halal do mundo. Certificar com a Fambras Halal é garantia de reconhecimento mundial em qualidade e segurança. Fambras Halal, do Brasil para o mundo.
Olá, tudo bem? Meu nome é Janaína Azevedo, eu faço parte do time de diretores da JBS Novos Negócios e vim aqui te fazer um convite. Você que ainda não nos conhece, ou se já nos conhece através do JBS Carnes, eu quero te convidar para visitar o nosso stand. Estamos representando 3 dos nossos negócios, a Origina, que é soluções para indústrias farmacêuticas, a Nova Prom, colágeno bovino e a JBS Natural Casings, envoltórios naturais. Ficou curioso para conhecer? Então visite-nos. Estamos esperando vocês. Até já!
The whole world knows that Brazil is one of the leaders in exporting natural stones. And within this market, a company has made quality and diversity its solid base. Qualitá Group. Qualitá Group works with exclusive and exotic types of marbles, granites, and quartzites. It's 30 years of history, looking and taking for the most beautiful of nature to the world. Be enchanted by the quality of Qualitá Group in your project.
Imagine a world in which business buying was simpler. A world of wholesale buying in a single e-marketplace. Spend more time on your business and less time on finding the products and suppliers you need to do business. Join TradeLink to escape the old B2B trading barriers. TradeLink. Business buying simplified. Visit tradelink.com.
O Porto do Itaqui cresce junto com o Maranhão. Movimenta toda a cadeia produtiva do corredor centro-norte do Brasil. Automação das operações, implantação de novas tecnologias e sucessivos recordes. Isso é Porto do Itaqui. Isso é Maranhão.
Há mais de 30 anos, a Sedial Halal atua com certificação halal de alta qualidade, humana e consciente. Somos a empresa com o maior número de categorias para certificação aqui no Brasil. Aproveite, acesse nosso site e obtenha o seu certificado.
Looking to expand in a new territory, in a state-of-the-art business park. Looking to expand in a new territory, in a state-of-the-art business park.
Atitudes sustentáveis fazem parte da nossa essência. Devolver água tratada ao ambiente, preferir as fontes de energia renovável e cuidar do bem-estar animal, firmando parcerias globais, ajudando a desenvolver as melhores práticas, faz com que, além de agentes, sejamos a inspiração para que mais pessoas façam algo também. Ser parte de algo maior não tem nada de mágica, mas é mágico. BRF.
A Fambras Halal é pioneira em certificação halal no país. Há 40 anos oferece ao mercado mundial produtos certificados, respeitando os padrões internacionais de segurança dos alimentos. Contribuiu para que o Brasil se tornasse o maior exportador de proteína animal halal do mundo. Certificar com a Fambras Halal é garantia de reconhecimento mundial em qualidade e segurança. Fambras Halal, do Brasil para o mundo.
Olá, tudo bem? Meu nome é Janaína Azevedo, eu faço parte do time de diretores da JBS Novos Negócios e vim aqui te fazer um convite. Você que ainda não nos conhece, ou se já nos conhece através do JBS Carnes, eu quero te convidar para visitar o nosso stand. Estamos representando 3 dos nossos negócios, a Origina, que é soluções para indústrias farmacêuticas, a Nova Prom, colágeno bovino e a JBS Natural Casings, envoltórios naturais. Ficou curioso para conhecer? Então visite-nos. Estamos esperando vocês. Até já!
The whole world knows that Brazil is one of the leaders in exporting natural stones. And within this market, a company has made quality and diversity its solid base. Qualitá Group. Qualitá Group works with exclusive and exotic types of marbles, granites, and quartzites. It's 30 years of history, looking and taking for the most beautiful of nature to the world. Be enchanted by the quality of Qualitá Group in your project.
Imagine a world in which business buying was simpler. A world of wholesale buying in a single e-marketplace. Spend more time on your business and less time on finding the products and suppliers you need to do business. Join TradeLink to escape the old B2B trading barriers. TradeLink. Business buying simplified. Visit tradelink.com.
O Porto do Itaqui cresce junto com o Maranhão. Movimenta toda a cadeia produtiva do corredor centro-norte do Brasil. Automação das operações, implantação de novas tecnologias e sucessivos recordes. Isso é Porto do Itaqui. Isso é Maranhão.
Há mais de 30 anos, a Sedial Halal atua com certificação halal de alta qualidade, humana e consciente. Somos a empresa com o maior número de categorias para certificação aqui no Brasil. Aproveite, acesse nosso site e obtenha o seu certificado.
Looking to expand in a new territory, in a state-of-the-art business park.
Atitudes sustentáveis fazem parte da nossa essência. Devolver água tratada ao ambiente, preferir as fontes de energia renovável e cuidar do bem-estar animal, firmando parcerias globais, ajudando a desenvolver as melhores práticas, faz com que, além de agentes, sejamos a inspiração para que mais pessoas façam algo também. Ser parte de algo maior Não tem nada de mágica, mas é mágico. BRF.
A Fambras Halal é pioneira em certificação halal no país. Há 40 anos oferece ao mercado mundial produtos certificados, respeitando os padrões internacionais de segurança dos alimentos. Contribuiu para que o Brasil se tornasse o maior exportador de proteína animal halal do mundo. Certificar com a Fambras Halal é garantia de reconhecimento mundial em qualidade e segurança. Fambras Halal, do Brasil para o mundo.
Olá, tudo bem? Meu nome é Janaína Azevedo, eu faço parte do time de diretores da JBS Novos Negócios e vim aqui te fazer um convite. Você que ainda não nos conhece, ou se já nos conhece através do JBS Carnes, eu quero te convidar para visitar o nosso stand. Estamos representando 3 dos nossos negócios, a Origina, que é soluções para indústrias farmacêuticas, a Nova Prom, colágeno bovino e a JBS Natural Casings, envoltórios naturais. Ficou curioso para conhecer? Então visite-nos. Estamos esperando vocês. Até já!
Welcome back to the Brazil Arab Countries Economic Forum 2020. We are now going to start the CEO Talk session. We're going to talk with different CEOs, and we're going to hear from the president of the New Development Bank, Mr. Marcos Trujillo, and the CEO from the El Soweidi Electrometer, Mr. Imad El Soweidi. The introduction and the moderation of this talk will be by the VP of Marketing of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Riyad Younes. The floor is yours, Dr. Younes. Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Greetings, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here to start and moderate the CEO Talk. We're going to hear from different perspectives from Brazil and Arab countries in the global scenario. This is a great moment for us to exchange information. We're going to hear from leaders from the main companies from Brazil and from the world. As you mentioned, today we have the honor of having Dr. Marcos Trujillo, a Brazilian economist who is the chair of the Development Bank from the BRICS. We're also welcoming Dr. Imad El Soweidi, CEO from the El Soweidi Electrometer Group, one of the 3 greatest businesses in Egypt, with great focus in the energy sector. These 2 leaders, they have a particular take because They keep a close watch on the global economy trends and investment. So we're going to start off with a question to our both panelists. Before March 2020, the global economy showed consistent signs of growth. It seemed as if we were turning the page in the global economy. In Brazil and in different parts of the world, we saw clear interests on strategic partnerships, both in Brazil and in other countries, for trade and investment. After the pandemic, the scenario changed. We got a high level of uncertainty right now. So I would like to hear from the two panelists. What is your take on the pandemic? What do you think changed to your industries? And how do you see the post-COVID-19 scenario? After that, I will ask a specific question to different panelists. First, to Dr. Marcos Troglio. Dr. Marcos, 10 years ago, you stated that there was a phenomenon going on. You called this phenomenon the globalization reversion or the deglobalization that impacted the whole world. How do you see that phenomenon currently after the pandemic? What has changed because of the pandemic in Brazil and in the BRICS countries? And considering this scenario, are there any opportunities for Brazil? Since we're seeing so much uncertainty during the pandemic, you mentioned the deglobalization concept. How is that going to change 1 decade later, if it is? And then a question to Dr. Ahmed El-Sawadi. Dr. El-Sawadi coordinates the Business Council, Egypt-Brazil. How do you see current opportunities for partnerships, Dr. El-Sawadi, as well as trade and investment opportunities between Brazil and Egypt? In 2019, in an interview to an Egyptian newspaper, you mentioned that, a year ago, you were planning to invest in Brazil. You were going to invest capital from your own company in Brazil. How do you see that nowadays, considering the Mercosur scenario and the post-COVID-19 scenario? Dr. Marcos Troglio, welcome. Let's start with you. I'm sorry, I had no sound fit before, so I couldn't hear your question properly. The question was regarding the impact of the COVID-19 situation to the BRICS countries and to Brazil particularly. Considering international trade. Now, at the same time, what opportunities do you see after the COVID pandemic for the BRICS countries and for Brazil? Where are we heading to after this pandemic? Dr. Yunus, it is a pleasure to be part of this forum, and congratulations to the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for having put together this event. It is such a pleasure for me to be able to pose my comments on the international scenario. Countries were highly impacted due to the pandemic. The global economy changed. On the other hand, we see some upcoming trends. And I believe that for the future, we may see some trends intensifying even more. Some obstacles will be created, but many opportunities will be created too. Dr. Yunus, I can name 3 main changes that have a lot to do with the relationship between Brazil and Arab countries. under this concept, I would like to mention that the Development Bank can play a pivotal role in this process too. In the global economy, or on a global level, we see an increase in the way emerging countries are participating in the global economy. That is not only Brazil, but also the other BRICS countries. And that changes the way Arab countries also partake the global GDP growth. Looking back at 2019 for one, as we measured the GDP from the G7 countries, which have a more mature economies, well, we used the purchase parity power metric. That was roughly $40 trillion. We're talking about the US, Japan, Germany, the UK, France, Canada, and Italy. So these advanced traditional economies are worth $40 trillion. This is the G7 groups. Now the E7, meaning the emerging countries such as China, India, Brazil, Russia, Indonesia, Mexico, and Turkey, have a total GDP of $53 trillion according to the parity purchase power. That has significantly changed trade flows internationally. For example, over the first 9 months of 2020, we see that Brazil exported more to Asian countries than to North American countries and more than to Europe altogether. We exported more to Bangladesh, for example, than to all Scandinavian countries altogether. That is to say that some of the most important commercial routes are changing, and that is why we see a greater participation of emerging countries to the global GDP. Arab countries as a destination or as a layover, quote unquote, to Middle Eastern, Asian, and African countries may represent great opportunities. And if we look at the population, these economies play a significant role. And this population's income is increasing, which means the number of calories per capita will also be on the rise. And that is great news for countries such as Brazil that has great competitive advantage in food production industries. I would also like to mention to you that there is an important trend abroad. Global value chains are changing. The COVID-19 situation and the coronavirus pandemic made countries rethink what they were doing. I think we lost him. Dr. Marcus, are you there? Dr. Marcus, can you hear us? Well, I don't think so. So maybe we can hand the floor over to Mr. El Sowady.
It's my pleasure to be here.
يمكن الميكروفون تبعك مسكر دكتور سويدي. الميكروفون تبعك مغلق، ما عم نسمع صوتك. I can't hear your voice, Dr. Swaidi.
تسمعني كده؟ Oh.
هلا
بس
هلا عم
يعني
بسمع.
احنا عملنا تيست و it was working. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, thank you, Dr. Yunus, for moderating this interesting panel. And I'm glad to be here. And I thank Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for organizing this night. In response to the questions you raised earlier, I would like to say that there is in my opinion, there is a new world order. Now we see that all the focus in different countries is on who is adding value inside the country. So I also agree to your comment that there is a reverse in the globalization in the globalization business model. Now, in my opinion, post-COVID, the changes that we will witness is that there will be more focus on companies who are adding value locally and not just following the globalization model where they want to export their products from their home markets to the export markets without looking at adding value. And this, in my opinion, opens the door to job creation and investment. And I believe this is really what needs to be done. Because unfortunately, some countries abuse the model of globalization in a sense that some countries are subsidizing their exports. And this is unfair competition. And this led to some countries being the hub to the world for some products, and they managed to kill competition. And this is unfair. In my opinion, what's happening now is a correction to the world order and not just the COVID pandemic. No, this is a correction to the global model. And what I believe in is that what we will witness is, or big corporates, what they should focus on is instead of exporting a complete finished product, they would have a partnership in various markets where they can integrate the product locally, whereby some of the components are locally sourced, and the rest can be provided from the mother company. And I believe in this model, what we'll see investment, we'll see job creation, and we'll see partnership. And I believe this is the whole essence behind all bilateral agreements. And this is what we should be seeing in the global economy. So did I answer the first part of your question? Yeah? Hello? I can't hear you well, unfortunately. I think I have a technical issue. Is it possible to send me a text with a question and I can comment? Because I can't hear you. Great. Is there another part of the question? Yeah, okay. So concerning my comments on the investment in Brazil, in fact, this has been our strategy even before the COVID, is wherever we go and wherever we want to cooperate in any market, we look at investment. And the most important to us is finding the right partner. So I believe you had some comment that you needed about what is the role of the chambers of commerce and the chambers of industry. I believe their main role in this coming period would be to focus on matchmaking and finding the right partners to get together who are willing to co-invest and add value together in order to produce the product locally. So we as a company, we are mainly focused on electricity, water, and gas metering and networks. So to us, we are willing to invest in Brazil, and the most important is to find the right partner. So I wish this answered your question.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Suwaidi.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Yunus. What I wanted to add is also during this coming period, the most important is that government would sponsor national projects, because government spending is extremely important in encouraging investment. So what I would address is it's very important that countries and governments won't panic and won't retreat from the government spending plans.
Perfect.
So,
Perfect, Dr.
Yeah,
thank you so much. It was really great. Thank you. And we are happy to say that Dr. Marcus is back. So we have the connection back with Dr. Marcus. So if you want to extend your comments, Dr. Marcus.
Sure. No, basically.
Pode ser em português, se quiser.
Basically, to say that this reconfiguration. Perdão. Então a recuperação.
Can you hear me okay? Hello, can you hear us, Dr. Marcus?
Ask you another question, please. Yes. While we're waiting for Dr. Marcus, did the COVID pandemic affect your investment perspectives for 2021? I can't hear you again. I'm sorry. Is your mic on?
This time it's my problem.
Yes, that's on. Yes, perfect.
Okay. Yes, I agree with you. Of course, it affected our investment plans due to the lack of travel, the problems of the lockdown. Because, of course, for us, in order to find a partner and invest in a country, we must go and visit. We can't do this virtually. But I mean, once travel is back, our plans are there. And also it's important to see that the countries are going on with their project plans. I believe this is very important in order to encourage investors to go on with their investment plans as well. And I would like to say that in Egypt, the government is going on with all the main projects, the national projects. And this has been instrumental in encouraging investment. And I would like to say that we just started up a new investment in Egypt this year. So I believe government spending is very important and government plans are important. And in fact, as I mentioned earlier, Brazil to us is one, of course, the very main country that we are looking at. And it's important, I wish it would be addressed during the conference about the government plans and the government projects that are in place and the government is proceeding with. Yeah.
I'm not sure that if Dr. Marcus is going to join us. Because if not, I think we'll have to finish our discussion now. It has been over time already. So I thank you so much, Dr. Swady. Thank you, Dr. Marcus, for your valuable comments. And I hope we see you at the Chamber of Commerce here in São Paulo and in Brazil, obviously, everywhere, wherever you go. And we could, if the Chamber could help you in any way, please, if the Brazilian Chamber, Arab Chamber, if it could help you, we'll be more than welcome here.
Definitely, it's my pleasure, and I'm really looking forward to come to Brazil soon. And thank you very much. I enjoyed our discussion.
Muito obrigada. Thank you so very much. Thank you for this information, this discussion, and the examples you have shared. Throughout our forum, we'll have a daily opportunity to have fruitful discussion between the Arab chambers in Arab countries and the Arab chambers from many different countries on relevant topics that have to do with our agenda. Today, it is an honor to have the Secretary General and CEO of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce with us, Mr. Tamer Mansour. He is going to be the moderator of a conversation between the Secretary General of the Federation of Egyptian Chambers, Dr. Ala S., the Secretary General of the Chamber of Commerce between Arab countries and Germany, Mr. Alim Laf, and Mr. Jamal Faris, the President of the Brazil-Jordan Business Association. We are now going to start with Mr. Mansour. Hi, Renata. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. For me, it is an honor to be the last moderator of today. We've had a lot to share, and we've learned a lot. There was a lot of interesting dialogue. Number one, trade conversations. We also had the government with us, and we saw the president of the chamber announcing a number of agreements that will be signed throughout these 4 days. We also heard from His Excellency, the President of Brazil, and other authorities. We had Secretary General of the League of Arab States. After that, we had a very interesting conversation with moderator Ms. Gada. She was really good. And we also had this CEO talk, an excellent conversation between Ahmad El-Suwaidi, one of the biggest Arab business people, both in Arab countries and African countries. We also had Professor Marcos Trujillo, who is the president of the New Development Bank. It is an honor for me to share this with my colleagues. Number one, Dr. Ala is the Secretary General of the Federation of Chambers. We also have the Secretary General of the German Arab Countries Chamber and the President of the Brazil-Jordan Business Association. Dr. Ala, are you the Secretary General of any other institutions?
I'm Secretary General of the Union of African Chambers, Union of Euro-Mediterranean, and the list goes on. The Russian Business Council, German Business Council, almost a dozen of them.
Magnífico, magnífico. Obrigado por ter você conosco hoje. Divido também.
Today. I also shared this panel with Ambassador Abdulaziz Maklafi, the Secretary General of the German Arab Countries Chamber of Commerce. He's a dean and he's our colleague for the joint chambers. It is an honor, Dr. Al-Maklafi. Thank you for sharing this time with us. Shukran, é um prazer estar com o senhor e com seus colegas. It is also an honor for us, Dr. Maklafi. And finally, I would like to invite my personal friend, Dr. Jamal Fariz, the president of the Brazil-Jordan Business Association. He will be sharing with us a few experiences related to everything we've been through. So let me get started because we are short on time. Dr. Ala S., I have a question for you, and I understand you may have a PowerPoint presentation. So let me ask you about the future of relations between Arab countries, African countries, and Brazil, both in the current economic scenario and the economic scenario in the future. What do you think about that?
Is astronomical, whether we like it or not. Today, we witnessed the signature of an agreement establishing a bilateral chamber between the Brazilian Arab Chamber as well as the Union of African Chambers. And this will be instrumental in promoting our cooperation beyond the Arab world, where we can use, like mentioned by several colleagues, Arab countries as hubs for Brazilian companies to enter into African markets, especially that most of our companies already exist. The top 10 Egyptian companies, for example, mentioning Egypt, have an investment of $10 billion in Africa. So they can go hand in hand with Brazilian companies. The second part of your question regarding today, luckily Brazil is, as we say, is the food basket of our part of the world. And luckily that food was one item that did not go down during the lockdown or the COVID. Actually, people were eating more during that period. So at present, I see that Brazilian cooperation is at its best, and I expect it to expand, especially with an excellent chamber like our Brazilian Arab Chamber.
Muito obrigado, doutor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elias. I am sure we'll be able to collaborate a lot, especially because of this new document that we signed today with President Rubens Hanoun and the President of the Egyptian and African Chambers, Dr. Ilaim Arabi. Now I have a question for Dr. Al-Maklafi. Dr. Al-Maklafi, after everything the world has been through, as the Secretary General of the German Arab Countries Chamber, how do you see trade between the Arab countries and the European Union and the Arab countries and Mercosur?
للجميع
Tamer. Thank you very much, Tamer. Shukran. I would like to greet everyone who is attending this forum. Regardless of our cultural differences, the Mediterranean Sea brings together Europe and the Middle East. We have around $300 billion in trade among these regions. We know that recently the UK, the UK left the European Union. In spite of that, there are balanced relations there. Around $70 billion are exported to European countries, and 140 billion euros are imported from European countries. Germany has played a very important role in that. It is the biggest economy in the European Union. Myself and my colleagues in the joint chambers have been following up closely on this trend. We see that relationships have been developed not only for trade but also for investments. We see Arab investments in Europe, and we also see European investments in a few Arab countries. But we are not satisfied with that. As I said at the beginning, this is one destination. Now, when it comes to Latin America, we know that Brazil is the biggest economy and the biggest industry in this region, just like Germany in Europe. We have developed relations. And we see the impact of COVID-19 on every economy in the world, no exceptions. So we have challenges to face, and we have different crises to resolve because of COVID-19. I would like to hear your opinion on the experience of Jordan when it comes to COVID-19. Mr. Hamal Faris. Please, Dr. Jamal Faris, tell us about the Jordan economy. What are your plans for the future when it comes to the economy in Jordan and your trade relationship with the world and with Brazil?
Dr. Jamal?
If it doesn't, Christina.
Eu acho que ele caiu.
Dr. Allah, can you hear us?
Minha pergunta.
My question for you is, my question for Dr. Allah is related to the different measures taken by the Egyptian and African Federation of Chambers when it comes to working with small and micro businesses during COVID-19. Also, what do you plan after?
Sorry, can you repeat, because the translation came for the last quarter of your speech.
Certamente. Eu gostaria de saber
Please tell us about the experience you've had at the Federation and the measures you've taken with the Egyptian and the African Chamber to support small and micro businesses in Egypt and the region of Africa so that they can face the pandemic. And how do you plan to further support the small and micro businesses after the pandemic?
Maybe in the presentation I have, I'll be covering what we did to help micro and small specifically. We did not focus on the large companies. However, what we intend to do in the future, we have a number of initiatives that we're working on at the moment. Basically, they're the outcome of what has happened during the pandemic. We're focusing on financial inclusion. We're focusing on lots of activities that will support micro and small enterprises, access to finance, and the list goes on. So maybe if I put the presentation, this is will give a glimpse of what we've done. Maybe a quick hint, the Federation of Egyptian Chamber of Commerce, it's the first chamber in Africa and the Arab world. We have 5.5 million members, covering everything from the smallest broker to the National Bank of Egypt. We cover 80% of employment, 86% of GDP, and 100% of exports. And by law, we're the official representative locally in Egypt as well as globally. And we believe that in a time of crisis, chambers create opportunities out of problems. We do not see problems, we see opportunities. Luckily, during the COVID period, we were the only country in Africa and Middle East that had a positive GDP growth. We had 2.4% GDP growth. Our exports increased 6.3%. And we maintained our position as #1 FDI recipient in the region. And like mentioned, maybe by several of the speakers, thanks to the real efficient public-private partnership that we witnessed during the COVID era, the government responded to the research and recommendations that were presented based on our proposition, thanks to the communication and the partnership with the government. 1 presidential decree, 6 prime ministerial decrees, 5 governor of central bank decrees, and 19 ministerial decrees were enacted. They ensured availing funding. We postponed payment of loans for 6 months. We froze interest rates. We ensured trade flow, where we solved all the documentation problems that we encountered during the COVID shutdown worldwide. We eased doing business, and more important, we prevented problems way before they happened because we had a similar curfew and lockdown during 2011 and 2014. So we saw a lot of what was coming in our way. And maybe I'll give a hint of the problem and the opportunities that we promote. Lockdown was an opportunity to enforce e-commerce, enforce e-government throughout the whole country. Like mentioned by lots of the speakers, supply chain disruption was a major problem, whether nationally or internationally. However, we increased our exports through matchmaking that Ahmed was promoting and through local sourcing. We did relocation of production in Egypt. We utilized Egypt as a logistic hub to cater to the region. We started promoting trilateral cooperation that we will expand with the Arab-Brazilian Chamber through the new agreement, where subcontracting caters to a market of 2.8 billion consumers through our free trade agreements. And this way, we're combating also the trade blocking, whether induced by the COVID reason or by political reason. Access to finance, we started working on a cashless society, financial inclusion, and the most important was the huge stimulus packages that were induced by government that helped companies to find business. Regarding e-services, the chamber today is providing almost 77% of all commercial registry from the chambers. Tax filing, almost 84% of the new files, and over 250,000 of tax coaching. We collect for the government 1.4 billion pounds. We're the first collection point for the government at the moment. We enacted an e-commerce platform, and we've done on behalf of the government, Notary Public, social insurance, foreign affairs endorsement, and different electronic services, and most important, access to finance, whether it's donor funding or development financial institution funding or normal banking services. And let me give a glimpse, since we're talking about the future, what we offer to our Brazilian partners. First, Brazil is far from our part of the world, whether we're talking Arab countries, Africa, or Europe. So there is a freight problem, there is a tariff problem, and a supply chain sensitivity. So what we offer to Brazilian companies is simply, we offer for them opportunities of investments, technology provision, providing components, CKD, inputs, licensing, training, and coming to Egypt hand in hand with local partners, where the Egyptian partner will be doing the assembly, formulation, installation, after-sale services, and naturally Arabization. And this will be going to a 2.8 billion consumer market within the European Union, 27 countries, and the EFTA. Africa, where we have the Pan-African Continental Free Trade Agreement.
Dr. Ala?
1 second.
Yes, sir.
And the Pan-Arab Free Trade Agreement, as well as the Mercosur, but will not be coming back to Brazil, as well as Turkey and the USA through such agreements. Let's not forget that Egypt has an excellent IPR law, so the royalty will come back to Brazilian companies. This is the mode of cooperation, trilateral cooperation, that we put on the table to overcome for trade-sensitive and tariff-sensitive products. Also, logistics. It has been hinted by several speakers before. Egypt is connected to Africa, whether by superhighways, whether by the Suez Canal corridor, as well as the new Tafagana Jamina superhighway that will open the network to countries of Central Africa. The Suez Canal corridor, it's a prime location to cater to anywhere within the world, the region, where you have 4 world-class ports, 1.5 million acres of agricultural development, where we call upon Brazilian companies to come with their know-how, 77,000 acres of fish farms, 16,500 acres industrial zones, as well as 3,500 acres of technology valley. This, we're not inviting companies to come and invest, we're inviting them to come and work hand in hand with Egyptian companies to benefit from that region. What we put on the table is a linkage not only to our region in Africa and Arab world, but also a linkage to the Euro-Asian trade route, the old Silk Route as they call it, and this is not only for products and using the logistic hubs and services of the Suez Canal region, but also for oil and gas, where Brazil is one of the world leaders, and Egypt is the hub for the East Mediterranean. And like I mentioned, nobody's asking for you to come with money. There is funding that's eligible for Brazilian companies once they localize in Egypt. We do a survey annually of what's available by Arab funds, by different DFIs, different donors. There is over 22 billion of grants, soft loans for doing business in Egypt, whether it's manufacturing, services, or trade finance. All of them is available. You can download a list that caters to all the Mediterranean countries from the website of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. And let me close with a piece of ancient Egyptian wisdom. Rig your boat, travel near and far, look for a wise partner, welcome in your home. Seek his knowledge. This is how your people will prosper. This was said by King Amenhotep 4,500 years ago, the first Ukrainian to what's known today as the European Union. We come to you in the same spirit, where we welcome Brazilian companies in Egypt, and we welcome and promote Egyptian companies to come to Brazil. Thank you.
Dr. Ala,
Thank you very much, Dr. Ala. I don't even know how to start. But what I can tell you is that we are going to have a lot of work that is going to come from this partnership. A lot of work for Brazilian and Egyptian companies alike, because they complement each other more and more. Thank you very much for sharing this wisdom from our ancient Egyptian people and pharaohs, because they have taught us a lot and we still learn from them. Thank you. Dr. Al-Maklafi, I have a question about the possibility of joint work among different joint chambers and Arab chambers in Arab countries. How can they work together to create a single plan to recover the economy between countries outside of the Arab countries and the Arab countries? How can everyone work together?
شكرا تامر حقيقة
Thank you very much, Tamer. I would like to talk about one thing. First, I'm going to mention what Dr. Ala said. I think he said so much about the topic that it's even difficult to comment on it. Now, my first comment has to do with the recovery plans for the economy. And I would like to say that in Germany, where I work, we think about what we can do so that we can help companies overcome the challenges that they are facing all over the world. The German government, after the beginning of the pandemic, has created a very good economic plan. They have invested 750 billion euros. Some of it is meant to help companies. And it is meant to ensure funding so that these companies can keep on operating. Now, another initiative has created another economic plan that has to do with 350 billion euros. This plan is also meant to help other companies. Now, when it comes to the European Union, we have other programs. And these programs account for around 540 billion euros. And in reality, we are talking about large numbers which pose a challenge for us. Now, these initiatives are also applicable to many companies. We need to think about what we can do with the chambers of commerce. We need to share things, and we need direct content between these chambers and companies. Now, in my head, I think that the COVID-19 pandemic is going to have an impact on that. The pandemic has posed a number of obstacles, but it's also created alternatives for programs and different options to overcome this issue. I am optimistic. I think the current scenario with its challenges have created new ideas and initiatives for cooperation between companies and chambers of commerce. We've had meetings and we've talked, dear Mansour, and I think that the kind of meeting we see today held by the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, bringing together authorities from all over the world, are extremely valuable. We'll have another meeting next week as well. One of these meetings will be held in person, but we'll also have meetings online. I think we'll be able to keep in touch to bring together Brazilian and Arab entrepreneurs. We'll be able to bring together Brazil and the Arab world. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Al-Maklafi. I am sure we'll be together in your event next week. You can definitely count on us. And unfortunately, this time we won't be able to be with you in person, but we will definitely be connected to you online because you have a beautiful program. First and foremost, before I close this panel, I would like to say that it is an honor for me to have these two giants when it comes to chambers of commerce and when it comes to the learnings and knowledge that we have in Arab countries, the world, and Africa. I would like Dr. Ala and Dr. Al-Maklafi to share with us his final remarks. So please tell us what we have learned in Chambers of Commerce, in your opinion, after everything that we've been through with COVID-19. So what have we learned and what should we take into account for the future? Thank you. That was great, Mr. Mansour. You've brought us very interesting remarks with our partners from the Chamber. This is an interesting hub of a relationship, and logistics are going to play a big role in that. Thank you, Renata. Once again, this has been an excellent debate. And we could be here until tomorrow talking about it because they have a lot of experience. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mansour. And I would like to thank everyone for their comments and remarks. I would also like to thank our sponsors who have made it possible for us to be at this event. We have BRF, Fambras Halal, JBS, Kaizad, Neom Trade, the Qualita Group, and TradeLink. So this is the end of our first day. Tomorrow we'll be here again as of 9 a.m. discussing the topic, which will actually be a question. Now, is this a new order of international business? Is there a new order of international business? This will be our topic for tomorrow. Thank you so very much for attending our forum online. We'll see you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening.